You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain, pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane, pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test, expect nothing less, you check as I'm chess, what's happening next, He got the venom, a tangible weapon, no coming in second. This life is a lesson, he got a new engine from pain, it's a blessing. New focus, no guessing, just bold and obsession, all in his possession. You got their attention, I'll leave an impression and take your redemption. Just kill, no discretion, your mind is a weapon. 11-11, it's time for progression, You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they try the chains, you can say no, free me. So he's been looking for somebody who could save him, instead of searching inside for what they gave him. A strong will, strong mind causes mayhem. We could change the world, change times, rearrange them. Staying on pace, running the race. Life is a chase, I don't want a place, I wanna be first. Work till it hurts, dehydrated thirst till I'm in a hearse. High ambitions and the right mind can take you so far. It's like you lived a few lifetimes. Take off, I'ma break off from the weak minds. They can stay soft, you can change lives, you create thoughts, never waste time. You got one shot, you got one life, better pop off. What do you like? Make a dream job. No 9-5, no mean boss, just my life and free thoughts. You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they try the chains, you can say no, free me.
Good morning. I hope everybody had a wonderful evening. It's 10:05 a.m. where I am. I'm not quite sure where you are watching from, but I hope that you have a wonderful day today. Britt, nice to see you this morning. I am doing well, dear. Give me just 2 seconds to get myself up here. Hello, hello. Man, it is rainy here today, and let me tell you how much I wanted to just like lay in the bed, but I wanted to be here for you guys and go through this trial of Mark Redwine with you. I do have a short little video that I want to watch. This is an interview that ABC Denver did with Corey Redwine after his father was arrested. Yesterday we went through the opening statements. We went through some evidence. We took a look at the actual evidence, photos, the pictures, the bones that were found, the terrain at which sadly Dylan was discarded in. And so today I want to look at that that video of Corey after the arrest. I'm gonna try and see if we can do a Dr. Phil clip, just so you guys can see that, and then we will get right into it. Ryan Nava is gonna take the stand first. That is Dylan's, one of his BFFs that was in the Bayfield area. He had known Dylan for quite a while. They had actually met, just out and about, and Dylan was with a group of friends, and Ryan was there by himself, and he was new to the area, and Dylan approached him, was like, hey man, you want to be friends, you want to hang out? And Ryan Nava is the friend that Dylan was supposed to visit the following day. This is who he wanted to go spend the night with, that first night that he arrived back there in La Plata County with Mark. And we're going to see text messages back and forth where he was telling him, he's like, okay, my dad said no, I can't come today, or tonight, but I will be there first thing in the morning, like early, and I'm going to call your butt, and you better be up. And that's literally how the conversations kind of go between these two young boys. Unfortunately, Dylan never made it there the next day, and Ryan never had an opportunity to speak with his friend again. I'm so glad that you guys are here. This is Facing Reality. It's me, January. You'll see me down there in the chat. But without further ado, let's get into this interview with Corey Redwine. Just a moment.
They're disturbing photos of him just doing unthinkable acts.
Prosecutors point to lewd and disgusting photos as an explanation for something no parent could ever imagine doing. Nearly 5 years after Dylan Redwine disappeared on a court-ordered visit during Thanksgiving, his father, Mark Redwine, is arrested and charged with murder. Tonight, only on Denver 7, you'll hear from the only other person to see those graphic images, his brother, Corey. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Teresa Marchetta. Denver 7 has team coverage for you this evening of this major break in the case. Chief investigative reporter Tony Kowaleski is in La Plata County. Jace Larson is in Bellingham, Washington, where this weekend's arrest took place. But let's start with the Denver 7 exclusive. The indictment gives a new reason why Mark Redwine might have flown into a rage. Compromising photos that Dylan and his older brother Corey had seen. Only Denver 7's Jacqueline Allen spoke with Corey tonight, who explains in graphic detail what those photos show and what Dylan planned to do.
He's just a sick person, and he's fine with being that person.
From the very beginning, Corey Redwine has been convinced his own father killed his little brother.
We didn't know what the outcome would be, but we've always known that Mark was in some way, shape, or form involved in this.
The indictment states Dylan Redwine had seen compromising pictures of Mark Redwine and planned to confront him. Later, the indictment states those photos provoked a violent response from Mark Redwine.
Have you seen the photos?
I've seen them.
Corey says the photos involve Mark eating his own feces, but Corey believes those photos were just the beginning of a confrontation.
I think Dylan had a lot more than just pictures that he wanted to get across to Mark.
Mark Redwine's arrest is bittersweet for Corey, who wants justice for the brother he lost, but has also lost whatever relationship he might have had with his father.
I'm sad that I've ever had to go through this, that Dylan had to go through this, and that, all of this past 5 years has just, been about who killed Dylan when it should have never happened in the first place. It's exciting to know that justice is coming for my little brother.
Jacqueline Allen, Denver 7.
In less than 24 hours, we will likely learn what led to the arrest of Dylan's father. Tonight, Tony Kowaleski is in southwest Colorado, where the small town of Bayfield, population just 2,600, is remembering Dylan.
Another busy night.
Order up.
Inside AJ's, a place serving up slices of pizza and a slice of life inside historic Bayfield.
Mr. Ott, what does that headline say to you?
It means exactly what this picture shows us, justice for Dylan.
For Elliot Ott and many others in this community, news of the arrest of Dylan's dad was not a surprise.
I think it brings a little peace and justice to people's hearts and souls.
Dylan would come here and eat pizza with his buddies.
Christine Motton owns AJ's.
Honestly, I think that the whole town already was 99% sure that this was going to happen eventually.
Dylan's baseball jersey is the first thing you see when you walk inside the door.
We care about our kids, and this has been the most horrible thing that has ever happened in this town since I've lived here.
So while the wheels of justice now begin to turn, this community, where Dylan once called home, works to heal while promising never to forget.
I think it's a relief, a big relief that maybe finally, after this many years, 4.5 years, that there's a little justice being possibly is going to be done over this terrible tragedy.
Of course, that was Tony Kovaleski. Now, the La Plata County Sheriff and District Attorney are holding a news conference tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Jace Larson made the trip to Bellingham, Washington, following news of this weekend's arrest.
All right, I just wanted to show you guys that real quick. Now, let me show you. We're going to see if we can't, maybe one clip at a time, get away with the Dr. Phil stuff. Good morning, Gail. Good morning. Good to see you today. All right. As soon as this ad is over.
When I got home, the TV was on, and it was on to one of the Nickelodeon channels that he's always watching. I didn't notice his backpack not being there. There was a fishing pole at the house, and it was Dylan's fishing pole. That fishing pole is never found. I did lay down and take a nap for probably no more than an hour. I started looking for him at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I contacted his friend that he had been texting the night before. They hadn't heard from him all day. So that's truly when it started to set in. Where's Dylan? I immediately went to the law enforcement people. While I was at the marshal's office, I contacted Elaine and asked her specifically, had she heard from Dylan? That's where the fingers started getting pointed at me, right then and there. Like I had some involvement. Next thing you know, I'm getting a call from my divorce attorney who had been contacted by her attorney. Quite frankly, I find that just a little odd that the first person you contact is your divorce attorney. This is before we even truly knew that Dylan was missing. The sheriff's office people showed up here and they were canvassing the area and checking out a few places that he could possibly be. They took sweatpants, a Samsung cell phone, my iPod. People want to say that I'm behind it. I absolutely had nothing to do with Dylan's disappearance.
I don't want to play too much of the Dr. Phil stuff because I don't want to get in trouble. But if you can see right off the bat, Mark turned around and blamed Elaine immediately, and he wanted that to be the narrative. And what's funny is if you listen to what he said, right? So he says, I got doggies in the back, so sorry if you hear the noises. He said that she contacted her divorce attorney before anyone ever knew that Dylan was even missing. Now, what he's referring to is once he called her, she called her attorney, and rightfully so, because they were in this contentious, custody battle. And that was, I would have called my attorney too and been like, yo, start the papers right now. Because he's never going back. Once I find him, he's never going back. And I can imagine that that's probably how that went on Elaine Hall's side. However, what really happened was Mark did what he did and went at 7-something in the morning to his divorce attorney's house before anyone even knew that Dylan was missing. So again, just like Letitia, listen, guys, because he tells on himself. It's crazy. Good morning, Britt. Good morning, Queen Petty. Good morning, Gail. Great to see you guys today. I hope you had a wonderful evening. we are getting ready to get right into testimony. This is the first day of testimony. We heard the opening statements yesterday. Again, I apologize for how low the sound quality was and all of that good stuff. It does get a lot better now because we will have witnesses in the witness stand. They will have a microphone right in front of them. We will get to see them up close and personal. And we're about to get right into it. So first up on the stand is Ryan Nava. Ryan Nava lived in the Bayfield area. He was, BFFs, good buddies with Dylan, and they actually met out and about, and Dylan saw him. Dylan was with a group of friends, and he saw Ryan, and he approached him. We've heard all along how outgoing Dylan was, how friendly and sociable he was, and this rang true with his relationship with Ryan. So it's hard to believe that these little boys were 13 years old when this happened, and you're going to see pretty much a grown man up on the stand. He works a job. He's graduated high school. This took a long time to get justice, but we finally did it. So here we go, guys. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Share this live out, and here we go.
Assertion that did you find anything out there is somehow inculpatory information. All of the other remarks in that car ride are things that we would seek to elicit the remarks about. What did you find when you searched there? What did you find when you searched there?
This is something I think, because we're going to put her in today, because we have the jurors that we can talk about. I don't think it's going to come up this morning, I assume, with the witnesses you have shown. Is that right, Mr. Johnson?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, I do disagree with Mr. Johnson slightly, but I haven't read the law for a long time. I think if there's other things going on with context, I think under the theory of the rule of completeness, that probably comes in, but I'll need to do a little reading on it to make sure I'm right.
And Judge, just to be clear, I think Mr. Moran and I are actually, to some extent, if it's on topic that there's other comments about what's coming out, and that's not something that objecting to the entirety of the comment. So I fully expect to explain what order it's out.
Okay. Okay, so we may be okay with this then.
That's what he says. If Mr. Moran intends to be specific, that context through the name, follows what's going on those crowds, those are not mine.
And I hadn't considered the statement. I thought I'd give my life to the idea that that's what's not hearsay, it's the statement. Expressing the message. So we'll have to see when that comes up.
Your Honor, if I may, and given the possibility that we would need to provide some further context, transcripts or otherwise to Your Honor, I'd request that we give some information. Like we want to know when we need to have that ready for the court.
Okay. We can talk. We got a jury hopefully waiting, so we have time this afternoon. It's not going to come up yet. Another thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Moran, and both parties, I do remember now the statement I made at a hearing about being able to call people, all the various Mr. Redwines, by their first name. So I will mention that to the jury, and if you guys end up calling people the Redwines by their first names, that's fine, but that's as far as I wanted to go.
Thank you.
So let me know when the jury's ready.
Come on. Let's go, jury, hurry up.
can be seated. I had this courtroom for 14 years, and I was always sure that thing was going to fall on my head. It never did. So maybe this will be the trial. In any event, a couple things before we start. We want to try and keep you away from the rest of the public, and so for all future times that you come in and out of the courthouse, I want you to use that middle door, which is locked, and there's no security there, but it's the one right next to the stairs by the flagpoles when you come up. So to do that, on lunch recesses, if I tell you be back at 1:30, that means we want to start at 1:30. Please be back at that door at 1:20, so 10 minutes early. And there will be a deputy there to let you in. In the mornings, I know most of you are parking in that parking lot, some of you aren't, that we have set up for you. Again, just meet there, even if you don't park there. Meet there. We'll have you all come over at once, and the deputies will let you in, and they'll do a little security check on you. So that's number one. Number two, I've been a judge for 18 years, and it's been my policy and a gut reaction on my part to always get upset when people use first names in the courtroom in terms of witnesses and victims and that sort of thing. And Mr. Moran reminded me that at a previous hearing, I had allowed counsel to call all the Redwines by their first name because there were so many of them, and just the fact that for years everybody's been calling Dylan Redwine Dylan, and that's just going to come out. So I should not have interrupted him yesterday, and I just wanted to put that out. So hopefully I can contain myself. You may see me jump when I hear first names, but I'll try and contain myself. With that, we're ready to start evidence. So, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Your Honor, the people call Ryan Nava to stand.
Mr. Nava, come up to the witness stand up here, please. And please raise your right hand before you sit down. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Have a seat. I want people to be able to hear you, so pull that microphone close to you. Mr. Doherty, if you can get the microphone closer to the lectern, that will help for everybody doing things on WebEx. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. How are you?
Pretty good.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name so the court can put it into the record?
Yes, sir. Ryan Lee Nava, N-A-V-A.
Mr. Nava, if you're more comfortable, you can pull that microphone towards you a little bit. That way you can sit back.
Sweet. Yeah. Get comfortable. All right, I'm good.
Nava, how old are you, sir?
I'm 22 years old.
What area do you live in?
I live in Bayfield, Colorado, Dove Ranch subdivision.
Who do you live with?
I live with my grandparents and my mother and my sister, little sister.
How long have you been living in La Plata County for?
I think about 10 years, about a little over that.
Are you currently working?
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell the jury what you do for work.
I'm a sales associate at a company called Barefoot, and it's just here downtown, t-shirt shop, part-time.
Very good. What do you do there?
Fold shirts, sell stuff, just, retail.
How long have you been working there for, Mr. Nava?
Coming up on a year, I think 10 months.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Bayfield High School in Bayfield.
And you graduated from there?
Yes, sir, in 2017.
Back in 2012, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the same residence I am now in Dove Ranch, 600 Dove Ranch Road, Bayfield.
How old were you in November of 2012?
I would have been 13 years old.
you tell us who some of your friends were at that point in your life, Mr. Nava?
Yeah, Wesley Herring, Fernando Stubbs, Tristan Reeves, Dylan Redwine, Chris Kane, Wesley Rayburn. Those are the ones that come to my head immediately.
You mentioned Dylan Redwine.
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet Dylan Redwine?
It was the summer of 2011. Let's say July. It was July of 2011.
Could you please tell us how you met Dylan?
Yeah, I went to the Family Dollar in Bayfield with my grandma, and I saw a bunch of kids about my age, and I was new to town. So I think Dylan noticed me, so he came over to me and asked if I wanted to hang out. So that afternoon, I went to Wesley Rayburn's, and since then, I was his friend.
Say, since then you were his friend. Which person you were friends with?
Dylan Redwine.
You also mentioned you became friends with Wesley as well.
Yes, sir. Became friends with a few guys at that moment.
When you met them, it was during the summer, but when the school year resumed again, where were you going to school?
Bayfield Middle School.
How about Dylan Redwine?
He was also in Bayfield Middle School.
What grade were you in at that point, Mr. Nava?
7th grade.
How about Dylan?
Also in 7th grade.
Do you have the same classes together on occasion?
Yes, sir, we did.
What would you do socially with Dylan in terms of hanging out with him?
We love to go to the river there in Bayfield, go to AJ's, get pizza, hang out at each other's house, stay the night, prank each other, mess around, hide and seek, just stuff like that.
And at that point, you were how old?
I was 12 years old, I believe.
How would you describe Dylan?
I would describe Dylan as a good friend, outgoing, funny. To us, he was a prankster a little bit. We all like to play jokes on each other. So, a funny guy, good guy, outgoing.
And how close did the two of you become over time?
We became pretty close. I would say definitely a best friend.
Dylan ever talk about running away or hurting himself during his friendship with you?
Never, no.
And in terms of things that Dylan would do in his spare time, can you tell the jury some of the activities that you knew Dylan enjoyed?
Yeah, I know he loved to go to the river. We all loved to go to the river there in Bayfield. He was a sports guy, so sometimes we would talk about sports. He was a social person. I think we all kind of were. Our friend group text each other, texting girls, social media, stuff like that,
And in terms of texting, how often, just roughly, would you and Dylan be texting one another or talking to one another?
I would say close to every day, every other day, at that age.
In terms of other activities, did you know if Dylan ever wanted to go or enjoy going fishing?
I had heard about it, but I never saw him go fishing. But I had heard about that, but I never saw him do it.
When you say, well, let me back up a step, I'm sorry. So you and Dylan, when you would go to the river, you weren't going there to fish?
No.
But you'd heard at some point that Dylan had gone fishing?
Yes.
And who'd you hear that from?
I think from him, just saying, well, like this day I was fishing or something like that.
Okay. And you mentioned sleepovers.
Yes, sir.
Where would the two of you sleep over together?
We would sleep over at my grandmother's house, the residence I live in today. Wesley Rayburn's, Fernando Stubbs, those three are the main places we would stay.
So in the fall of 2011, you're starting 7th grade?
Yes, sir.
Where was Dylan living at that point?
I believe he was living at at his mother's house. Yeah, he was living at his mother's house, I'm pretty sure.
And where was that?
I'm not sure.
Was it in the Bayfield, Durango area?
Yes, yes.
And at that point in time, you would see him at school and you'd also see him socially?
Yes.
At some point thereafter, did Dylan move out of town?
Yes, he did.
Where did he move, Mr. Nava?
He moved to Colorado Springs.
What was the reason that he moved to Colorado Springs?
I believe just with his mother. Yeah.
Just to break that down for the jury, at some point, to your knowledge, Dylan's mom moved out of this area and moved to Colorado Springs.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that Dylan left school, left the area, and moved with his mom to the Springs?
Yes, sir.
Where did Dylan's father live?
Vallecito Lake area up there.
Dylan come back on occasion to visit his father in that area?
Yes.
Do you see Dylan's father in this courtroom, Mr. Nava?
Yes, sir.
We're in court. I have to ask you a couple questions to see if you can identify that person, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom, and if you see that person in court, to point to that person and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing.
Okay. He's sitting there. He's got a green tie.
The record can reflect identification of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nava, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 32 for identification. It's been previously provided to and shown to defense counsel. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Recognize what People's Exhibit 32 is, Mr. Nava?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I see the Bayfield, Vallecito area. I see 3 points. I believe my house, Tristan's house, and Mark's house all located with like points on this page.
And when you say Mark's house, you're referring to the defendant, Mark Redwine?
Yes, sir.
That map that you're looking at a fair and actual depiction of the geographical region that we're talking about here?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's 32.
Any objection?
No objection as to the map, objection as to some of the text contained on the map, and I can make further record if the court wants to see the exhibit at the bench.
Well, I see the exhibit right now.
Right. I don't think foundation's been laid as to the text boxes in yellow on People's 32.
For the distances?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Doherty?
Your Honor, I can ask a couple further questions. Sure. As you sit here today, how long have you been living in the area that's depicted on that map, Mr. Nava?
10 years since I moved to this area.
And have you traveled the roads indicated and reflected on the map in front of you?
Yes, many times.
Say many times. How often are you on those roads?
I'm still on them today. At least every other day. In this area somewhere, driving on those roads, going to the lake. Every other day at least on these roads in this area.
And on that map in front of you, does it appear to you that those distances that are reflected are fair, accurate, in fact, exact distances between the locations identified?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, people would seek to admit People's 32 in evidence.
Same objection as the foundation.
You know, I think any adult or teenager that's on an area can testify as to the roads. The jury can take the weight as to how accurate that is on their own. So it'll be admitted.
Can we put People's 32 on the screen, please? So, Mr. Nava, just to get you oriented here, the jury is looking up at the screen behind you. If you like, you can look at the screen, or you can continue looking at the map in front of you. They're identical, so it's up to you, depending on how comfortable you feel, okay?
Okay.
So this is the first time the jury's seeing this map, so can you just get them oriented to what we're looking at on the map, please?
Yeah, you're looking at the town of Bayfield area. I see Vallecito Lake. It's a really big picture. It's got about everything in that area. You see my house, or my grandmother's house where I live at the bottom.
Let me stop you there for a second. Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Nava to step off the stand and point to the screens so the jurors can see?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Nava, you can step down if you don't mind. Hold on one second, Mr. Nava. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's get him a pointer.
Two things. I'm going to give you a pointer. And second, the court reporter needs to take down everything that you and I say. She'll let us know if she can't hear us. You're far away from the microphone, so I'm going to ask you to project. So think about trying to let the folks in the back of the courtroom hear you as you talk.
We have a mic.
Yeah, if you want to just take it off.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This is my residence, right, in Dove Ranch in the town of Bayfield.
And you're indicating towards the bottom of the map where it says Bayfield and that yellow text box appears?
Yes, this yellow text box at that point, that's my residence in Bayfield.
And that's where you were living at the time in 2012, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could take us up along the road there.
Yeah. And then you have a buddy of mine, Tristan Reed's home right here. It is at Bayfield Lake.
And you're pointing, I'm sorry, I need to put it down to the court reporter, so forgive me. You're pointing to the second text box as you go up the exhibit, and it's marked Tristan Reed.
Yes, sir. This point right here, the middle point, Reeves' house, that's what I'm talking about.
What's next?
Next is Mark's house right here. I can definitely tell it is, just because I know the Bayfield Lake area very well. And I'm referring to the very top point here that says Mark's house, I believe. Actually, I know that's markredwine's right there.
And that's the yellow dot towards the top of the map in Exhibit 32.
Yes, sir.
Approximately how far is it from the defendant's house to Tristan's house?
5.8 miles.
And how far from the defendant's house to your house in Bayfield?
21 miles. About.
So if I were to say the defendant lived right down the road from you, would that be accurate, or is it further than that?
That's not accurate. It's not right down the road. It's further.
So about 21 miles.
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat, Mr. Nava.
If you want to just put that back in there, we may have other witnesses use it. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
In your relationship, time with Dylan, sleepovers and such, how many times did Dylan walk from the defendant's house to your house?
Never.
Do you ever know Dylan to hitchhike on any occasion?
One occasion.
Tell the jury about that, please.
Oh, yeah. It was winter time, and it was my friend group, Dylan included, me included, and a couple other friends. And I'd say there was about a blizzard coming down on us. It was snowing really, really heavily. And we all together started joking about hitchhiking. And an older man actually gave us a ride, I'd say a few hundred yards just up the road. He let us get in the bed of his truck. I think that's the only time I've seen myself or any of my friends hitchhike. So that was that time.
So on any occasion, did you ever know Dylan to hitchhike from the defendant's house the 21 miles down to your house?
No.
What siblings did Dylan have that you knew?
An older brother.
What is his name?
Corey Redwine, I believe. Yes, Corey.
What was the relationship like between Corey Redwine and Dylan?
They were close. They were close. I remember I met Corey through Dylan, so it wasn't uncommon to see them hanging out. Corey giving us a ride, Dylan a ride, if we needed, or if it was right, if he had the free time or whatever it may be. They were close.
Now I'm going to shift gears on you, okay?
Awesome.
Let's turn to the fall of 2012.
Okay.
At this point, had Dylan moved to Colorado Springs?
Yes.
And you were still living in the Bayfield area?
Yes, sir.
I believe you testified that on occasion Dylan would come to the Bayfield area to visit his father.
Yes.
And do you recall on November 18th, 2012, Dylan contacting you about a visit to Bayfield?
Yes, I do.
Can you just, in your own words, tell the jury about that contact and the communication you had with Dylan?
Yes, he had informed me that he was coming to the area. I myself was on the way back to this area, the Bayfield area, to watch. I was coming back from watching my brother play football, and he had expressed, like he did in the past, that he wanted to hang out when he was coming to Bayfield. So we made plans to meet up. And actually, he was going to spend the night. I asked if he could spend the night at my mother's house, which at the time was across Bayfield. My mother said no. So I went to my grandmother and said, hey, can I stay at your house and can Dylan stay with me? And she said yes. So we had, made plans through text to hang out, him to come stay the night.
And where were you coming from? I know you said your brother's football game, but where was that?
Also in it was in the Colorado Springs area.
Did Dylan spend the night at your grandmother's with you?
No.
What was the reason for that?
He didn't show up. Never showed up.
Did he tell you that he couldn't come?
He did.
Why don't I ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked and provided to defense counsel as People's Exhibit 31 for identification. May I approach you?
You may.
Can I drink this water?
Yes, of course. I should have mentioned that. That's for you. Okay. Many as you like. So Exhibit 31, Mr. Nava, have you seen that before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And the jury hasn't yet seen it, so I just want to ask you to describe it in some detail before we seek to admit it, okay?
Okay, yes. It is a text message conversation between me and Dylan through cell phone.
And is that conversation via text taking place on November 18th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
And how do you recognize it to be a text conversation between you and Dylan?
There is a marked date that says November 18th, 2012, and also I remember the date. I remember the date, so it's clear that that's the date.
You also recognize the phone numbers on the exhibit?
Yes.
And is that exhibit a fair and accurate representation of the text conversation between you and Dylan Redwine on November 18th, 2012, and November 19th, 2012?
Yes, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would seek to admit number 32 into evidence. Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
It's admitted.
31, I'm sorry. So, before we start going through these text messages, Mr. Nava,
yes.
How quickly would Dylan Redwine generally respond to you via text when you sent him a text?
Pretty quick. I would say almost immediately when I was texting him. Yeah.
That's generally speaking.
Yes.
So, at this point in your lives, you're 12, 13 years old, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that Dylan and perhaps to a lesser extent, you are using different language than you might today?
Yes.
You're the first witness at this trial, but you're not the only witness who's going to have this experience, Mr. Nava, so I appreciate your willingness to go through this. The blue text box that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, who are those text messages from?
Those are from Dylan Redwine, for sure.
And how about the green text box?
That's me. That's me.
So we see here on the left-hand side of the screen, Dylan contacts you around 11:51 in the morning on November 18th.
Yes.
You respond with WTF.
Yes.
Meaning what the, right?
Yeah.
We'll just try to move through this part of it together.
Okay.
He then says, at 11:52, I'm coming to Bayfield.
Yes.
We're going to start to scroll down here, and I'm going to focus on some of the particular text messages, okay?
Okay.
What do you respond to Dylan, and what does he say back?
I told him I was coming home from the Denver, Colorado Springs area. I asked him, what's with the B3? That's a signature. Back in the day, you could insert a signature to a text. So it was a new one. So I was asking him about that. He says, I don't know. Well, then I started further making our plans. Asked him if he wanted to hang out tomorrow. Nando's grounded. Me and Tristan planned on hanging out.
Stop you for a second there. Yes. So it says, oh, well, want to hang out tomorrow. Nando's grounded. Who are you referring to when you say Nando?
Fernando Stubbs.
Me and Tristan are going to hang out tomorrow, so hang out with us. He says, K, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a text box where you start to talk about Wes.
Yes, Wesley Rayburn.
And just briefly, what was these text messages about with regards to Wes?
We all collectively didn't want to hang out with Wes that much at the time, and I didn't want him to come stay the night with us, so I made it clear, not so. We didn't want to hang out with him. I made that clear.
Okay. So we're going to scroll down halfway to page 2. We'll stop there. What does Dylan say to you at around 12:05 on November 18th?
He asked me if he can stay with me tonight, as in stay the night.
What do you say in response, Mr. Nava?
I said, if we get back in time, yeah.
At this point in time, are you still on the road from the Springs or Denver area back to Bayfield?
Yes.
What does Dylan say in response to that at 12:07 p.m.?
He says, if I don't get back in time, he would stay with Wes and then ditch him in the morning to come hang out.
And so it's, at this point, it's clear he's either going to stay with you or Wes in the Bayfield area.
Yes.
And did Wes live in the Bayfield area?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to go to the top of page 3. What do you say to Dylan at 12:12 p.m.?
I told him, you can stay the night, and we will get home around 8 or 9, and I'm referring to at night.
What does Dylan say in response after you send those texts?
After I told him that first one about when I'm going to get home, I asked him if that was too late. He said for him, no.
Scroll down a little bit further, please. What do you say at 12:15, and how does Dylan respond at 12:21?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. There's a text box there on the right at 12:15 p.m. I'm asking what you say there and how Dylan responds at 12:21.
Okay. At 12:15, I asked him, so who are you going to be with till I get home? He said, Wes, and I'll say I'm going home when you go home, insinuating he was going to ditch Wes. And then I responded with, okay, and he said, so it will be all good. So we had that plan.
So you had that plan. The plan was Dylan would arrive, go to his friend Wes's house, and then come spend the night with you at your grandmother's house.
Yes.
We'll go to the bottom of page 3. Okay, now, can you just read for the jury the text messages that you sent to Dylan at 12:23 and 12:24 on November 18th?
Yes, I said, all right, just make sure you don't stay the night with him, referring to Wes Rayburn. And I lied and said, because my parents get upset when they plan someone staying the night, then they don't. Wes did that to me once in the summer, and they got mad at me. I just really didn't want Wes to come stay with us.
So that's what prompted you to say that particular statement to Dylan?
Yes, sir.
Then you have slang back and forth on page 4, and it's in evidence, could be read later, but we're actually going to skip to the bottom of page 5. Are you at the bottom of page 5?
Yes, sir.
Move up a little bit, I'm sorry. Okay, so now we've had you two making comments and slang back and forth, and we're fast forwarding to 5:40 on November 18th, 2012. You see that text box? I'm sorry, 17:40 military time. You subtract 12 hours, so that's 5:40. 5:40.
Yes. Yeah, I see.
To Dylan at 5:40 and 5:46.
I'm telling him I'm almost home, and where are you?
What does Dylan say in response to 5:49?
He said, I was on the plane. Sorry, dude.
We're going to continue to read through here. What do you say in response, Mr. Nava?
It's all right, dude, I told him.
Walk the jury through these if you could.
I asked him, how was your flight? He said, weird. My head went numb from all the vibrations. And I told him, LOL, dude, I'm pulled over right now. And he said, so am I. And I said, by a cop, because I thought that was ironic if we were both pulled over. He said, nope, by lights from the ground and brakes. And I didn't know what he meant by that, so I asked him, what? And then I texted him, I'm in Pagosa coming, as in I was coming to Bayfield. And he randomly just changed his plan. He said, can't come, sorry, I'll hang tomorrow. And I told him, okay.
You can't come, sorry, I'll hang tomorrow. That's at 6:57 p.m. on November 18th?
Yes.
And it looks like at 7:09, the top of page 7, you ask him why.
Yes.
What does he say in response?
IDK, which means I don't know.
What do you ask him, Mr. Nava?
I asked him, did your dad say no?
What does Dylan say?
He said, yeah. And I said, oh, okay. But he had asked if he could come over early, like 6:30 early tomorrow. I told him, yeah. And he said, you better let me in. I said, I will. I'm going to be at my GMOS, my grandmother's, my residence right now.
Okay. So at this point, Dylan has told you that his father has said he cannot sleep over with you.
Yes.
And the two of you make a plan. We'll just scroll back up a little bit here, please. Sorry. That text message from Dylan to you at 20:02 or 8:02 p.m., Mr. Nava?
Yes.
What does he ask?
He asked can I come over early, like 6:30 early tomorrow. He wanted to come hang out with me in the morning at 6:30 the next day, the following day.
Okay, real quick. I paused it. I think the reason why Dylan was so adamant about, because you're going to hear when he says the text messages, he's like, you better answer the door. Like, you better, it's going to be early. Because I'm sure his dad was like, look, I'm going in and I got to go turn in my payroll and I'll take you in the morning. And Dylan didn't want to be stuck with his dad if Ryan didn't answer the door, because he would have been stuck in the car going with his dad to go to the divorce attorney and whatever, do his payroll and all the stuff that he had to do. Anyway, my 2 cents. Sorry. Just had to
And what was your reaction to the 6:30 a.m. get-together time?
Normal. We would do that every now and then. Go to Fernando Stubbs early, wake up early for no reason, go ride bikes. It wasn't that weird of a text to get, but I could tell he wanted to hang out. So I remember thinking, like, good, we can hang out.
And fair to say you hadn't seen him in a while because he's living in Colorado Springs.
Yes.
We'll scroll down to 8:04 or 20:04. Dylan says, what to you?
You better let me in. And he's referring to, at 6:30 in the morning, I better let him in my grandmother's house. And I tell him I will, and I told him I'm going to be at my grandma's, my grandma's.
We'll just scroll down a little bit further and then stop at the bit for a little while. What does Dylan say in response at 8:05 p.m. on November 18th?
He says, I call your ass all day if you don't. And he meant he'll call me all day if I don't let him in my grandmother's house at 6:30 in the morning. I told him, okay. And he asked, will you grandma care or be up? And I just told him, just come around to where the sliding door is. He knew that room. We have a room that's got another entrance to get into our house instead of just the front door. And I was sleeping in that room at the time, so I didn't want him to disturb my grandmother or anyone in the morning. So I told him to come around to that sliding door, and he knew where that was. I told him, call me when you get here too. And then
so Dylan had, based on this conversation, a cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
Did you know that Dylan also had an iPod that he would use on occasion to text?
Yes.
Recall receiving a text from Dylan's iPod that night saying, at around 8:48 p.m., I'll just knock on the window in response to what's being said in the text messages here?
I don't remember.
So the last text message we have via cell phone from Dylan is, at this point, the agreement about him coming to the sliding door, right?
Yes.
Slow down a little bit, please. What happened when you woke up the next morning, Mr. Nava?
I set an alarm, woke up, and I expected him to be there or to wake up by him knocking on that sliding door. And thought it was a little weird. Thought it was weird that he was not there because I know he wanted to hang out, and I wanted to hang out with him too. And so I just started asking him, where are you? Simple.
And let me stop you for a second. What time did you set the alarm for?
I set an alarm for 6:30 in the morning.
When you woke up and you realized Dylan was not there, what did you do besides text message? What did you do in terms of your own actions?
I got up and I went outside to look for him. Maybe he was sitting out on we have a patio area. Like I said, he's familiar with that part of my grandmother's home. So I went outside and I took a look around.
Dylan there?
No, sir.
Then you mentioned the text message to him at 6:46 a.m. on November 19th. What do you text Dylan?
Where are you?
You ever get a response from Dylan?
No.
Do you attempt at any point that morning to call Dylan?
I did.
And what happened when you called Dylan?
He didn't answer the phone.
Then at 10:08 a.m. on November 19th, we see another text message on the screen. Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. I texted him, told him, come to Nando's. At that time, when I sent that text, come to Nando's, some time had passed from when I had woke up. And I decided to make a backup plan and go hang out with Nando. And I remember thinking, well, I don't know why he's not here, but whenever he is ready to hang out, I want to let him know where I'm going to be so we can all hang out. We had made plans to hang out, all of us, Nando, me, him. So I just let him know my secondary plan at 10:08. So when he was ready to hang out, he could know where to find me.
Dylan ever come that day?
No, sir.
What did you do during the course of the day?
I went to Fernando Stubbs' house, and I wanted to go do something, like I said, go bike, go to the river, but Fernando couldn't leave his home, and because he was watching his little sister, and so I just stayed there that day with them, and we just hung out inside his house and watched TV, and that's about it. Just hung out.
So you and Fernando were at Fernando's house the entire day on November 19th?
Yes.
You never hear from or see Dylan that day?
No, I don't.
Who did you see from the Redwine family later that afternoon?
I saw Mark Redwine.
Approximately what time did you see the defendant?
I don't remember. It was in the afternoon, past noon, for sure.
Where did you see him?
At Fernando Stubbs' house, where I was at.
What was the reason the defendant had come to Fernando's house?
I remember him saying he was looking for Dylan. He didn't know where he was, and he thought he might be here, or at Fernando's.
Let's scroll down to the next text message we have on this exhibit. What do you text Dylan at 4:12 p.m.?
I told him, dude, your dad's looking for you, as a result of Mark coming to Fernando's and saying he didn't know where he was at.
Now it's late afternoon on November 19th.
Yes, yeah.
And when had you last heard from Dylan?
I hadn't heard from him since 11/18/2012, and I don't know military time, but at night, the night of November 18th, 2012 was the last time I heard from Dylan.
And one of his last texts to you was that he was going to call your butt all day if you didn't open that sliding door.
Yes.
And did he even call you once that day?
No, he didn't.
So let's scroll down and talk about other text messages that you sent to Dylan on the evening of November 19th.
Yeah. So after I told him his dad was looking for him, texted him again, "Are you all right, dude?" I started becoming very worried. I was already a little confused by his actions, but when I sent him, "Are you all right, dude?" I remember I became more worried. And later I told him, "Dude, you need to call somebody, anybody, as soon as possible. We all worried about you. Your mom called and she's worried, bro. Seriously, and down another text, I told him, seriously, when you get the message, call someone." I just wanted him to really call somebody because something was not right.
That text message, and it says 19:59, 7:59 p.m., Mr. Nava?
Yes.
You referenced Dylan's mom.
Yes.
What had happened that prompted you to send that text? I can ask that a different way if you like.
Sure.
You say your mom called.
Yes.
Text message to Dylan. So what had happened? Had his mom called you?
Yes. I don't remember when. I believe his mom called me. She told me she hadn't heard from him. That's the only thing I remember about that.
Scroll down to the end of. So that's the end of that exhibit, Mr. Nava, and I'm going to take it off the screen. Can you tell the jury what were the next several days and weeks like?
Hard, worrisome. The only thing that me and my friends wanted to do was be together, just because we couldn't find Dylan, and the only topic on my friends' mind, my parents, their parents' mind was Dylan. It was a hard time because we had a brother missing.
See Dylan's mom at all in the days that followed him disappearing?
Yes, I did eventually.
What was that like?
It was it's hard seeing her emotional and worried about her kid, my friend. It's hard.
Nava, when and how did you find out that Dylan was dead?
Yeah, it was, I believe, June 2013. We had known there was some sort of search going on, and I was at home. I was at home with my mom, and she got a call. She started crying. I knew, and she told me that he was found. Yeah, she told me he was found, so that's how I found out. Through my mom, who had received the call and got that information that, parts of him were found.
And did you learn they were found up on Middle Mountain?
Yes.
Objection 401, 402, 403, hearsay.
Do you really need that, or what's the purpose of that?
I do, Your Honor, for a couple of follow-up questions.
All right, go ahead.
Had you ever known from your friendship with Dylan to walk up Middle Mountain Road?
No.
You attend a memorial service for Dylan?
I did.
Nava, thank you very much for your testimony today. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe the defense attorney will have some questions now, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Bowden?
Yes, please.
Mr. Nava, if at any point I'm not being clear in my questions, just let me or the judge know. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to turn your attention to the summer and early fall of 2012. That was quite a while ago for all of us. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And fact of the matter is that during the late summer, arguably early fall of 2012, you had the opportunity to do one of these sleepovers that you spoke of, correct?
Yes.
And you actually slept over at Dylan's house, at Dylan Redwine's house in Vallecito a couple times that summer, correct?
Yes.
And specifically where you slept over was at the house that you identified on the map, that being Mr. Mark Redwine's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the first time you slept over at the house in Vallecito with Dylan, that was before Dylan and his father were going to go on a trip to Boston, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury who else spent the night at the house in Vallecito on that occasion?
I believe it was Tristan. I believe it was Fernando.
Okay. So sounds like we got Dylan Redwine, Tristan Reeves, and Fernando Stubbs, and yourself spending the night at the house in Vallecito, correct?
Yes, at some point, yes.
Okay. And that was before the trip to Boston. That would have been in August, correct? Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what you guys did during that sleepover?
We hung out all around the house. I remember hanging out in the living room, upstairs. We played video games. I don't remember which one or on what system. We played video games. I believe we're messing around on our phones, trying to talk to, girls, talking about girls, and just those type of things.
Like guy stuff, circa 2012, safe to say.
Yes. And we spent some time outside, I remember, a little bit at night. We hung out.
Where'd you go outside at night?
I believe it was in Mark's yard. If I remember correctly, there's like a little creek or a little stream, and we were just throwing stuff in there for a little bit of time.
And when you and Dylan and your other friends played video games at the house up in Vallecito, was that upstairs or downstairs?
We played video games upstairs.
Okay. And did you eat there and hang out in the kitchen, in the living room at all?
I don't remember if I ate there or not, but I do know we hung out in the kitchen and the living room at some points through that night.
Okay. And where did y'all sleep that night?
I believe some of us slept downstairs, and someone might have slept upstairs. Might have been Dylan that slept upstairs.
So some folks slept downstairs on the couches. You think maybe Dylan slept upstairs?
Yes, sir. I think it was Dylan.
One of the things you said was that during the sleepover in August before the trip to Boston, y'all were trying to text the girls. That's what you did, correct?
Yes.
So you've had experience trying to send text messages on 2012 phones from that house, correct?
Yes.
And you've also tried to text back and forth with Dylan when he's been at that house, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that sending and receiving texts from that house in Vallecito, was difficult in 2012, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I remember there was only certain spots in the house you could get service, I believe. So if we wanted to text somebody, we would just go to one of those spots.
Right. There was only a couple spots in that whole house where there was cell service where you could get texts, right?
Yes, sir.
And same sort of question here. There are only certain parts in that house where you could send texts, right? And in fact, the matter is that the only spot that was reliable for sending texts was in the kitchen, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And obviously you've been involved in this case for a long time, safe to say.
Yes, sir.
And you've been interviewed by all sorts of folks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, on November 27th, you were interviewed by an FBI agent, Amber Cronin, correct?
I don't remember exactly. But I've been interviewed by a good amount of FBI agents. I just don't remember like the exact date or their names.
Would looking at Agent Cronin's report refresh your recollection as to the identity of the FBI agent and the date upon which he interviewed you?
Yeah. Yes, it would.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes. Approach.
Forgive me. I'm just going to ask you to look at the first page of this piece of discovery. I'm not going to ask you to read it out loud. I'm going to turn your attention to the bottom of the page. And then my question will be if that helps you remember the name of the FBI agent and the date you spoke to him, okay?
Okay.
If you have any questions about this process, let me or the judge know.
Okay, sweet.
And with the microphones, I'm going to get my steps in today. Have you had time to review that?
Not yet. Let me.
And I think the information's at the bottom of the page.
Oh, okay. Yes, yeah, that looks right.
Okay. Permission to recollect. Thank you. Agent Cronin's report refresh your recollection as to whom from the FBI you spoke to on November 27th, 2012?
Yeah, it helps a lot, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. It paints a picture a little more.
And you've told the jury today that there were a number of spots in the house that had text capabilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you told Agent Cronin that there was only one spot, the kitchen counter in Mark's residence, where he had good service, correct?
Yes.
So, at a bare minimum, the cell coverage in that house was not great. Safe to say?
That's safe to say.
Now, you also had another sleepover at the house up in Vallecito late that summer as well, correct?
Yes.
And that was on Labor Day weekend, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you don't remember, just say so, and we can go from there.
Okay.
So you spent the night with Dylan Redwine at the house in Vallecito before the summer trip to Boston, then you did it again a short time thereafter on Labor Day, correct?
Yes.
And whom else spent the night at the house in Vallecito during the Labor Day weekend 2012?
That weekend, I don't remember who exactly was there. I just know I was there and Dylan was there. And it wasn't just us two. There was others. I just don't remember exactly who. Like I did that first time I stayed there.
And same question, different sleepover. What'd you all do during that time?
That time, I believe we did about the same thing, except I remember going to eat at I forgot the name of the restaurant there in Vallecito, and Mark had bought us food. We hung out. I believe I played pool there at that restaurant, and that's what made that one a little different than the other. But everything else is about the same. What we did that weekend compared to what we did the first time I stayed there.
And about the same sounds like hanging out by the river, playing video games, trying to text girls.
Yes.
Classic 2012 guy stuff.
Yes, sir.
And during these times, when you're spending the night at the house in Vallecito, you get to see Dylan Redwine, you get to see Mr. Redwine as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got to see them interact, right?
Yes, I did.
And was that the only times you got to see them interact, was during those sleepovers? You see them interact other times?
I've seen them interact other times. I had seen Mark pick up Dylan from my grandmother's before. So I had seen them interact a few times.
Okay.
Yeah, other times.
And based from those interactions and the fact that Dylan was one of your best friends, you've seen the two of them, you got an idea of how they got along?
I got an idea.
And safe to say, you got the impression that Mark Redwine and Dylan Redwine were best friends, correct?
Yeah, I remember saying that, and I thought that. Yeah.
And you testified about a number of text messages were sent between you and Dylan on, I think it was the 18th and the 19th of November 2012. Remember talking about that a little while ago?
Yes, sir.
And safe to say he does not talk about his father, except saying his father said no in those text messages, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the only time he mentioned his father. Okay.
And from your observations of Dylan the weekend before they went on the Boston trip, you were left with the impression that Dylan was excited to go on this trip with his father, correct?
Yes, I remember he was excited. He was a sports guy. I remember he was excited about that part. I remember him talking about that specifically, that he was excited. So, yeah, it's safe to say he was excited about the trip.
And what was he excited about, if you remember?
I think he said he was going to see baseball and see, I think, a couple other stadiums. It could have been football or other baseball stadiums, and he was excited to watch a game and see certain stadiums, spectacles of professional sports. He was excited about that, and he said that.
And on direct examination, you got asked some questions about Dylan and hitchhiking. Remember talking about that a little while ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you even talked about a time that you and Dylan and several of his friends hitchhiked and caught a ride in a blizzard, as you discussed it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who there was for that event?
I believe it was me, Dylan. I know Fernando was there. And I want to say Wes Rayburn was there because we were going to his house and we had been hanging out there. So at the least, it was those gentlemen.
Okay. And in that event, in a blizzard with your friends, it was Dylan who actually flagged down the ride, correct?
It was all of us. I remember I was doing that too. Like I said, it started off as we were kind of joking. We're all kind of sticking the thumb out and messing around. I'd say it was all of us. I remember it was all of us doing that kind of joke, and then it worked actually. So
okay,
we collectively kind of did that.
Right. And again, you spoke to FBI agent Amber Cronin on November 27th, 2012 about this, correct?
Yes.
And you took that conversation seriously because your friend was missing and you're talking to the FBI about it, right?
Yes, I took every conversation like that serious.
Absolutely. And again, you're telling the jury today that it was all of you who were kind of goofing around and flagged down a ride, correct?
Yes.
But you told Agent Cronin from the FBI a group of friends were walking home out in the cold and Dylan flagged down a driver to obtain the ride, correct?
I don't remember.
Would looking at Agent Cronin's report refresh your recollection as to whether or not you made that statement that Dylan flagged down the ride?
Yes, it would.
Permission to approach.
Mind you, none of this matters because he did not hitchhike. Mark killed him.
And again, Mr. Nava, I'm not going to ask you to read that out loud. I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to a little bit past halfway down the page. It's the third full paragraph from the bottom.
Yes, sir.
And ask you to review that and let me know when you're done reviewing that.
Okay, yeah. You said to kind of give my review, is that what you said?
And by review, I meant to say read.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I read it.
Having read that paragraph in FBI agent Cronin's report, does that refresh your recollection that you told FBI agent Cronin that Dylan flagged down a driver to obtain a ride on that snowy day?
Yeah, I told her. Her? I told her that, sorry.
Permission to approach to get this.
Yes.
And safe to say that's the one time that you hitched a ride with Dylan, correct?
Yes, that was the only time I had seen, or that I had done that before. I didn't do it before. After, it was the only time I'd done that.
But at that time in 2012 and today, you don't know how frequently Dylan Redwine hitchhiked.
I know. I would say I know how frequently he hitchhiked.
Okay.
And I know. I think, yeah. I never saw him do that before or after or like talk about it. I think we're just really desperate. I remember being really, really cold. So yeah, that's what I would say.
And during that same conversation with Agent Cronin that you took seriously because your friend was missing and it was the FBI, you told Agent Cronin that you did not know how frequently Dylan hitchhiked, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But knowing what you know about Dylan, knowing about the one time you did hitch a ride with him, you knew that he was not afraid to hitchhike, correct?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he was afraid or not.
And again, during that same conversation you had with FBI Agent Cronin on November 27th, just days after Dylan went missing, you told the FBI agent you knew Dylan was not scared to hitchhike.
Yeah, I remember saying that. But
that's fine. You answered the question. Okay. And in fact, knowing what you knew about Dylan in 2012, it wasn't beyond your comprehension that perhaps Dylan may have tried to hitchhike to your house that morning, November 19th, correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Fact is that in 2012, when this happened, when you remember you talked about when Dylan didn't show up at your house on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And you believed that he might have tried to hitchhike to your house that morning, correct?
No.
Okay.
No, not correct.
And again, on November 27th, you met with the FBI and spoke about these issues, correct?
Yes.
And that conversation was with Agent Cronin, correct?
Yes.
And you told Agent Cronin that you believed Dylan would have attempted to hitchhike because you knew Dylan had tried to hitchhike before.
Did I tell her that?
That is what you told her.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I told her.
You can't testify. He has to remember.
Okay.
Correct?
I can use the exact language of the previous. Okay. But I'll do that too. Do you recall telling Agent Cronin that you believe Dylan would have attempted to hitchhike because you knew Dylan had hitchhiked before?
I don't recall that. I don't recall that. I don't think I ever really thought that was what he would do to get to my house. So no, I don't recall that.
Would looking at FBI Agent Cronin's report refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told her that on November 27th, 2012?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Have you reviewed?
Yes,
Agent. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah. That reminded me what I told her that day.
Okay. Permission to get the page?
Yes.
Turning your attention to People's Exhibit 32, which is the printout of text messages. It's right in front of you. As you testified on direct, you sent a text message to Dylan on the afternoon of November 19th, 2012, correct? I think it's towards the very end of that exhibit.
On the 19th?
Not on the 19th, yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think it's before that page, but you texted Dylan, dude, your dad's looking for you, correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what's the time signature on that?
1612.
And as we know from Mr. Doherty, that we subtract 12 from that and we get the actual time if we're not in the military, right?
Yes.
So that would be 4:12, correct?
Yeah, 4.
Okay. And you sent that text message out to Dylan? Because one, you were concerned about your friend, right?
Yes, sir.
And two, you had seen Mark Redwine looking for his son that day.
Yes, when he came to Nando's.
And when you say Nando, I know you mean...
Yes, Fernando Stubbs.
Okay. And since the time signature on that is 4:12 normal time, 16:12 military, I assume that interaction with Mr. Redwine occurred before 4:12 on that day.
Yes, sir. It occurred before I sent that text.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Any redirection?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Nava, I just have a few final questions for you, okay?
Okay.
The one time that you knew Dylan had hitchhiked, you mentioned that was happening, or that happened when it was snowing.
Yes.
What was the weather like on that day?
Like I said, it was like a blizzard. It was too cold. You needed like ski gear to be out there, and we didn't have, I don't know why, but we didn't have that much like warm clothing. So it was like close to a blizzard. It was snowing like really hard. So yeah.
How did that hitchhiking experience, that one time, how'd that happen? Just tell the jury in your own words.
How did it happen? We were on the same road in Bayfield as my friend Wesley Rayburn's house. And we were probably a few hundred yards. We weren't far. We were on that same road, but we were just so cold and sick of walking, wet feet. I remember I had wet feet. And so we all kind of collectively started, it was like a joke at first, sticking the hitchhiker thumb out at, trying to wave people down. And then an older man in the pickup stopped, and we were like a little bit surprised. And so we got in the bed of his truck, and I remember he was like, "Where are we going?" And we told him just like go straight, because it was pretty close to Wesley Rayburn's house. And we told him stop. I remember stop. We kind of gave the pickup truck a tap, and we just hopped out. And that's how it went. I remember that.
That's the one time that you knew Dylan ever hitchhiked?
That time, yeah. Yes, sir. Sorry.
And that's what you told the FBI as well, is the one time you knew Dylan hitchhiked with the cold snowy day.
I believe so. I'm not sure if I said that or not.
And may I approach?
You may.
Get back to the microphone here. Just take a look at the third paragraph from the bottom and see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you told the FBI agent and law enforcement about how many times you knew Dylan had hitchhiked in your friendship with him.
Yes, it refreshes that. Yeah, I said that.
Said what? I'm sorry.
Sorry. The one time Ryan, me, knew Dylan hitchhiked was a cold, snowy day. A group of friends were walking home out in the cold, and Dylan flagged down a driver to obtain a ride.
And that's the one time you've told the jury about here as well.
Yes, that time.
You mentioned it was a cold, snowy day. How close in time was it to when Dylan went missing in November of 2012? In other words, was it that winter or the winter before?
It was the winter before. It was the winter before.
At that point, Dylan was still living in the Vallecito, Bayfield area with you guys?
Yes.
Counsel asked you on cross-examination a number of questions about you seeing the defendant and Dylan and staying at Dylan's house. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say the last time you'd seen Dylan and his father was before, or was that Labor Day weekend before the baseball trip? Or excuse me, that Labor Day weekend.
Can you repeat that?
Sure, I'm sorry, I worded it very poorly.
No worries.
In September of 2012, Dylan was living and going to school in Colorado Springs.
Yes.
September, October, November of 2012, Dylan's living in the Springs.
Yes.
You're aware that Dylan was no longer responding to texts or calls from the defendant during that time.
What was that?
So September, October, November. Counsel asked you about trips before that. I'm asking you about September, October, November, leading up to Dylan's disappearance in November of 2012. Were you aware Dylan was no longer communicating with the defendant during that time?
I wasn't aware.
And the night that you last spoke with Dylan via text, was it unusual for him to drop off the way he did in terms of communication?
Yes, it was.
You never heard from him again?
No, I didn't.
Cell, email, social media, landline, nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Never again.
And I have nothing further from Mr. Nava.
All right. I think we may have some questions from the jury. If so, just pass them down to Cindy. Did you have one, Jeff? Okay, counsel, if you want to come up. Okay. Well, thank you. All right, Ryan, there's two questions. The first one, I'm going to read into the record, but I don't want you to answer it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Was Amber Crone's and Ryan's interview, or your interview with Ryan, with Amber Crone, recorded or written? I guess I can ask you one thing, which we didn't talk about up here, but I think it's okay. Do you remember if it was tape recorded or not? Did you see a tape recorder? When you got interviewed by the FBI agent, Amber Crone?
I can answer this one, right?
No, I just changed my mind. I'm sorry. I didn't explain that.
Sorry.
So you can't answer this question. Do you remember seeing a tape recorder?
I don't remember.
Okay, and that's fine. Okay, that's as far as we're going to go on there. The other question is it's written, was how was Ryan going to get to your house? I think they meant Dylan. So how was Dylan going to get to your house at 6:30 a.m.? You can answer this one.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the jury? Anything else based upon that from either side?
Not from defense. Okay. Not from the prosecution, Your Honor, except I would ask that Mr. Nava be excused from this witness.
Okay. Any problem with that?
We don't have him under service. No objection.
Okay. That means your responsibilities in this case are done. So you have to do what you need to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so great question by the jury. I think they were wondering if it was videotaped, that interview with the FBI, maybe perhaps to know if they're going to be able to see it or if they needed to ask more questions. I'm not quite sure on that particular one. But the question about how he had planned to get to his father's house, I do kind of wish Ryan maybe would have said, well, I assumed that it would be his father because he didn't drive, he didn't yada, yada, yada. But I don't know. I feel like they're giving a lot of credibility to the hitchhiking story just by asking that question. Now, ultimately, we know the outcome of this particular case, but I want you guys to see how just a little bit of throwing that suggestion out there, right, of the defense just reiterating, just even saying the words hitchhiking multiple times, what that put into the jury's mind, enough for them to ask the question that, did Dylan have a way to get there, or was it his plan to hitchhike and walk the 5 whatever miles it was to get there in the snow, in the mountains? Like, come on. But again, I'm biased and I kind of know the details of the whole, case, the whole story. So for the, jury to ask that, they're clearly biased or unbiased. My apologies. They're clearly, looking at this objectively with an open mind, and considering all the possibilities. You guys doing okay? I hope everybody's doing good. Britt says, wow, so the night he got there was when he was killed. Yes, that's the theory, because it was like 9 something in the evening, I want to say 9:26, don't quote me, we'll look at the evidence, when he spoke with his mom, and then she didn't hear from him again after that. And then I believe when he was talking with Ryan here, I want to say it was like 11 something at night, and then it just stopped. I might be, like I said, I might be off on some of those times, but his communication abruptly ended. And I was going through some of the evidence late last night, because I had only went through about 320-ish exhibits and wrote down, so I could keep in order and refer back to some of this stuff. And so I was looking back at the latter ones, the ones that we looked at yesterday with the bones and the search and rescue efforts. And I was looking back through there, and there is communication from him, and I think it was on maybe the iPod Touch or like a texting app or something. I don't think it actually said on the exhibit, what it was from, and we'll find out. But that, you could tell it was clearly used to show how much he was on these devices. He was a 13-year-old boy. Ryan said they like to get on there and try to talk to girls, try to text girls, and you can tell that they were really close friends. You can also tell by the communications that he stayed in touch with his mom, very regularly. So for all of that communication to just stop, that's a telltale sign, guys. And especially you have to really look at that with a child, because they do not have financial documents. They do not have jobs that they had to go to. They cannot drive, and so when we talk about proof of life, their social aspects, which is their phones, their emails, their video games, all of those devices, those are extremely important in putting a timeline together and, telling the story of what happened to them. And yeah, Britt, sadly, like I said, he wasn't even there 24 hours before he was being reported missing. And he picked him up at 5 something at the airport. They made it to Walmart. They went to McDonald's, and then they came home, and it was 9 something, I think, ish, or 10, whenever he was texting Ryan and telling him, no, man, I can't come over. Did your dad say no? Yeah. And then he just kind of sadly ceases to exist. Deb says, I really think those pictures had a lot to do with it, that Dylan threatened his father with exposing them. And even if it wasn't a threat to expose him, because I 100% agree. I feel like Dylan didn't want to go. As soon as he saw his dad, like, I don't want to be here. And he's a boy, right? So we're not hugging. We're not, with a mom, maybe. But if dad is real standoffish and, dad has some resentment there, because leading up to this, if you remember when we read those emails, and if you guys didn't catch it, go back to the very first video that we did. When we were reading those emails and stuff, you can tell where Mark says, hey, Dylan's not replying back to me. Dylan's not telling me anything. And so I'm just going to assume that, the money's good and he's got what he needs and you're handling all of his necessities. Gail says the only thing that makes sense, Britt, I think he asked to stay the night at Ryan's. Dad said no, and Dylan let everything he be known right then. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's exactly what I think happened. He got there, he got off the plane. I don't care to see my dad. I don't want to be with you. Ugh, we're at Walmart. Okay, can I get this movie? Can I get this? I'm sure he wanted some things. Maybe Dad said no. And then Dad wanted to go sit down at a restaurant. Dylan, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to sit across the table from you. I don't want to talk to you. How I want to watch you eat, and I've already seen what you eat. So Dylan didn't, the animosity or the tension was very strong. And then when he got home, he starts messaging his friend. He's like, hey, let me come over. And he probably asked his dad, and dad was like, no. And remember in those interviews, Dad is making a big deal about, I know his friends were so important to him. And he actually messes up because he says, I know his friends were important to me in that interview. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that's how much the self absorption was. He meant to say him, and it came out as me, because it was a problem for Mark that he wanted to be with his friends. It bothered him. And, nowadays there's so many ways to be in contact with friends. And there was then, but it's even more so now. FaceTime and video conference and Zooms and live streams and stuff like this. And so, maybe it wouldn't have been he wouldn't have felt as lonely up there. But with the lack of cell service, the fact that his dad had been, discovered for who he was, the tensions were high. And so when he says, hey, I want to go stay with my friend, and his dad said no, that right there probably started it. And I'm sure his dad had crap to say, and he started running his mouth to him like he had said he had done before. He said, hey, I would tell him that they're a bad influence. And we know that because Dylan even went to Corey, his brother, and said, I'm sick of Dad talking about you and Mom. Mark couldn't get through a 5-minute interview talking about his son without bringing up his ex-wife multiple times. So I'm sure that in that heated moment, I want to go see my friend. No, you came here to see me. And it went back and forth. And I'm sure Dylan was like, oh yeah, and by the way, Dad, I know what you like to do. And I don't know if it was a punch, a push, a hit, a whatever, because there was no full intact body to where we could see if there were bruises or anything. We had the sad luxury from Letitia of her telling all of her stories, where we could kind of put together a whole event that happened, and all of these injuries that happened to this young man. And it was only a few months later, or a month something later, that they found Gannon. And even that, some of the stuff that Letitia had said she did was undiscoverable on his body. So there's really no telling what fully happened, other than where the blood, presumptive blood, showed up, which was on the corner of that coffee table, on the couch, on the floor. And again, with it being blunt force trauma on the head, I really feel like he was shoved and pushed, punched, whatever, knocked down in some way, shape, or form. His head hit that coffee table, and that's all she wrote, because when it comes to our precious brains, that's all it takes sometimes. I can't wait to see Mark's face when the pics are shown. Can you imagine being him at that point? No. These trials are crazy. And there was one that I watched, and maybe we can watch it together. And they were going through text messages, and the guy was saved in the woman's phone as Big Moby Dick Willie, without the Moby. And it was quite quite amusing to hear them go back and forth reading these text messages one after the other, and they had to keep saying who was the one that was writing the text messages. So yeah, stuff like that comes out in court is insane to me. Like I said, could you imagine sitting there? And so yes, Mark, the last thing he wanted was this to get out. But why did you, the fact that it was just readily available and on his computer that's amazeballs to me, to be honest, because like you would think that would be hidden. You would think that would be, I mean, I don't know, because either you're proud of it or you hide it, right? Like isn't that the only two choices? I understand there's some things that maybe in our lives that we just kind of have to deal with, right? So you may have, an addicted loved one or something that, comes around and you just kind of, just kind of got to deal. But with this particular thing, this, I feel like you're either proudly telling those that you love that you wear diapers and this is what you do for fun, or you're hiding the out of it, right? Because no way in hell I want anybody to see or know that's what I do. And so the fact that these pictures got put, I can't remember if they were shown on Dr. Phil, but right in this courtroom, everybody's talking about it. It's on all the news channels, and then you're in a men's prison. So I can only imagine what's happening to Mark, but at the same sense, I think probably he likes it. So just my 2 cents. All right. You guys feeling good? You guys doing okay? Let's go ahead and continue on. Ryan Nava is about to leave the stand. And up next, we have Amanda Saxton. And Amanda Saxton is another friend of Dylan's. So here we go, guys.
Yeah. Next witness. Your Honor, the people call Amanda Saxton to the stand. Okay. And with the court's permission, may I retrieve the exhibits and documents from the witness stand?
You can put them on the table right there because, are you going to need them?
I do not. I just want to get them off the witness stand.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. The exhibits I want on that table, your documents need to come back. Right. Ms. Saxton, come on up to the witness stand, please. And if you would raise your right hand before you sit down. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Sit down. You're going to have to speak up louder than that. Try and talk into the microphone.
Okay. No worries.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record? And the reason I ask you to do that is the court reporter has to type down everything we say, including the spelling of your last name.
Sure. My name is Amanda Nadine Saxton, Saxton.
How are you today, Ms. Saxton?
Doing good. Doing good.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Can you tell the jury where you're living currently, please?
I'm currently in Plata Colorado.
And what are you doing for work?
I currently work for the city of Alamosa as a site manager.
What does that involve on a day-to-day basis?
So I am working in a shelter called the Non-Congregate Shelter. It is for people who need to isolate or quarantine if they test positive for COVID or if they've been exposed to COVID.
And are these individuals homeless?
They can be. Some are homeless. Some may have a house but are unable to isolate from their family.
How long have you been doing that work for?
I've been doing it since August of 2020.
Where'd you go to school, Ms. Saxton?
I went to school at Adams State University.
And as you know, we're talking about events that took place in 2012. How old were you in November of 2012?
I was 13.
Where were you living at that time?
I was living in Durango, Colorado.
Who were you living with?
I was living with my mom, Karen, and my stepfather, Sean.
Who were some of your closest friends during that time period?
Some of my closest friends, I had a friend named Kayla in Durango, and I had a friend named Alex in Durango, and then Dylan was a close friend of mine, but we only kept tabs over the phone.
We'll talk about that, okay? How did you first meet Dylan?
When I moved to Bayfield in 4th grade, he was one of my first friends in Bayfield.
How'd you guys meet?
In school.
And what grade was that? Sorry, you said?
4th.
Where was Dylan living at the time?
I believe he was living in Forest Lake in Bayfield.
At some point, did the two of you end up going to different schools?
Yes, in middle school, I moved to Durango. And so that's when we parted ways.
What grade does middle school start for you?
6th grade.
So in 6th grade, you moved to Durango and you're no longer going to school with Dylan. How did your relationship change with Dylan during that time period?
We stopped talking for a while there. I can't remember how long we stopped talking, but we finally reconnected in 7th grade, and we started talking over the phone after that.
How'd you reconnect?
We reconnected through, I actually can't remember if it was Facebook or somewhere else. I can't remember.
Okay. And you said the two of you would talk over phone.
Yes.
What did that involve?
Just texting mainly.
And were you ever on Facebook together as well?
I can't remember.
At some point, did Dylan also move from the area to Colorado Springs?
Yes.
And approximately when was that? I know it's a long time ago.
Oh, I don't remember when exactly he moved. I just know that he did move.
And after he moved, did the two of you stay in touch?
Yes, we did.
How would you describe Dylan?
He was a pretty fiery kid. He had a little bit of a temper. He was loud and he was pretty, at least with me, he was loud. He was just an overall pretty fun, rowdy, short-tempered kid.
Okay. Fun, rowdy, feisty.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like the ingredients for a 13-year-old boy. The kind of kid who would stand up for himself and loved ones?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was your relationship like with him in 2012?
In 2012, when we were talking over the phone, we were kids. We were 12-year-olds, or 12, 13-year-olds. You know, we were very obnoxious and felt like we were invincible, you know, like nothing could touch us. So.
How often would you talk, just roughly?
Almost every day.
And how would those conversations take place?
They would just be basic, short conversations of, hi, what are you doing? Stuff like that.
That via text? Yeah. Just generally speaking, how quickly would Dylan respond to you when you would text him?
It was usually almost instant, and if not, it would be within 30 minutes maybe.
And when, so during the school day, of course, you have school.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly what hours of the day would you and Dylan tend to talk?
We would talk every once in a while in the morning, but it was mainly in the afternoon and night and evening.
What kind of hours would Dylan keep at night and evening in terms of text messages with you?
I think on average it would probably be between 9 or 10 p.m. There was every once in a while he would throw in like a midnight text or something.
How about in the morning? How early would text messages come in if you were talking in the morning?
Probably around 6 or 7 in the morning.
During that time period, do you know where his parents were living?
Okay. Did not know.
And in November of 2012, was Dylan living out of town at that point?
If I recall correctly, he was living with his mom in Colorado Springs.
And did he, on November 16th, 17th, 18th, during that time period, indicate to you he was coming back to this area?
Yes.
How did you talk to him during that time?
It was over text. It was mainly on my cell phone, but when that would die, I would move over to my iPod if I wasn't near a charger.
We're going to go through those communications in just a couple minutes, okay?
Okay.
But I would really appreciate if you could just tell the jury in your own words about the conversation you were having with Dylan via text. and then we'll put the text messages on the screen and go through them, okay?
Okay.
Just generally.
It was just generally child banter. I mean, all it really was. A lot of banter and going back and forth about dumb, childlike things. That's what I can really do.
And whose phone or what phone were you using when you were speaking with Dylan via text?
It was my cell phone until I lost that phone, and then I would jump to my mom's phone sometimes.
And did you ever communicate with Dylan through any other device?
My iPod.
You have your phone, your mom's phone, and the iPod.
Yep.
Did you make plans at all to hang out with Dylan after he returned to the area?
Yes.
And what were the plans that you made?
So I was going to be with my dad for Thanksgiving, and he was going to be with his dad for Thanksgiving. So the weekend after I got back, before he left, we were going to meet in Durango, more specifically at the rec center in Durango.
Okay. So you're going to meet at the Durango Rec Center. You and Dylan have plans. And just to identify what date range we're talking about, would that be before Thanksgiving or after Thanksgiving?
After Thanksgiving.
So the weekend after Thanksgiving. Because you're going to be visiting your dad where?
In Alamosa.
And Dylan's going to be visiting his father where?
In Bayfield, I believe.
And before I ask you to take a look at the text messages that you exchanged, are there nicknames that the two of you had for one another, just so we can orient the jury to it?
Yeah, so he called me Sissy, or Sis, and I would call him Kitty.
And at some point, you'd mentioned your phone ran out of battery power.
Yep.
And you switched to what?
So my phone had died on the way up to where, the meeting point where my mom was going to drop me off with my father. So I started texting him off of her phone. And then my phone was still dead on the way over. So then I switched to my iPod when I got to my father's house. While my phone was charging at my father's house.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at People's Exhibits 33, 34, and 35 for identification, which was previously provided to and shown to counsel. Counsel, do you want to take another look at these? Okay. Just one second.
She's so nervous. She keeps taking big, deep breaths. Oh, I feel for these kids. They were so young, and they loved Dylan so much.
Thank you.
You may. Three. 34. 35. Saxton, have you had a chance to review these previously?
Yes.
And are these the text messages that you've testified about thus far between the different devices, you and Dylan?
Yes.
And do you, for example, recognize the face of the phone in Exhibit 33 and 34?
You mean the background?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's my dog Stella.
And having reviewed each one of the exhibits, including 35, do they accurately and properly reflect, in fact, capture the communications between you and Dylan on those dates?
Yes.
All right, at this point, I'd seek to admit 33, 34, and 35 into evidence. Mr. Bogan?
Okay, these are going to be from
No objection to 33 and 34. I do object to 35 under 902, 41402, and Glover. And I can
Why
give.
don't you be a little more specific?
I was just trying to follow the court's direction regarding speaking objections.
I understand. That's fine.
I don't think that the foundation that's required for a printout from a social media platform has been met under People v. Glover. Forgive me.
It may be her iPod, but what we're about to see is
That
her
is
iPod and text.
Pacific 3rd 363. I'm sorry, 363 Pacific 3rd 736. The facts in that case not parallel this because they had documentation and actual affidavit from Facebook saying this is a printout from us, and then another witness was able to identify the nature of the text and the senders and receivers. And here we're missing an important part of that foundation, as I read Glover.
Now, I don't have copy of these, so I can't see what's on. So, as long as she was part of the conversation and she can recognize the conversation, and I assume they're talking to this and Sissy and the kitty, his name's going back and forth, which would identify the actual people communicating. I don't understand what the problem is on the foundation.
Okay, I paused it real quick in case you guys can't hear. So he is stating that this is like a social media, app or whatever. Like I said, it was on the iPod and the Text Plus, and he doesn't want it to be brought in. And judge is saying, well, as long as she's part of the conversation, and we know that she is by the names that she stated off, and she called him Kitty. So you see her keep smiling and laughing, but the judge is going to say, overruled. Here we go.
I read Glover, this has got to be accompanied by an actual printout from the social media platform saying that it is in fact from this system, in this case, from Text Plus. My understanding is that 35 is an Excel spreadsheet that I don't think was produced by the platform Text Plus.
Can I at least see 35 so I know what I'm talking about?
Can I approach her, please?
All right. Did you want to respond at all or not?
I'm prepared to rest on the record, Your Honor. I do have the certification from Text Plus, but again, since the witness is aware.
That's fine. Okay. I'm going to allow 35 to come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, and 33 and 34 are also admitted.
So, Ms. Saxton, just to get us oriented here, when you look at Exhibits 33, 34, and 35, some of the messages are on the night of November 16th, and the night of November 17th, and the morning of November 18th.
The night of November 18th.
Yes. So when you look at Exhibit 35, the one to your left, that's from Text Plus, right?
Yes.
What devices were you using at that point?
I was using my iPod.
So when you use the iPod, it goes to what's called Text Plus, and that's what you see there. Okay. And that contains the communications back and forth between you and Dylan. Before we
need yes and no's, please, okay?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Just to get you oriented, the times on that document say PST, in other words, Pacific Standard Time.
Yes.
The times are 1 hour off from Colorado.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to put Exhibit 35 on the screen with the court's permission and just have you go through some of those, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Breathe. story.
And you have it in front of you, and you can use that if you want.
Okay.
The jury is going to be looking at the screen behind you.
Okay.
It's also depicted. But it's up to you which one you want to look at, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to blow it up here. Take a look at the first one. It says 8:50. Time frame from the right is the time is 7:50. It's military time, so this is 1950, but you subtract 12, you get 7:50. That's Pacific Standard Time. So can you walk the jury through the conversation that you're having back and forth? And I'll have some questions for you as we go along, okay?
Okay.
Starting with hey, sissy.
You want me to read it out loud?
Fine, yes.
Okay. Starting at hey, sissy. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? Watching Brickleberry. How about you?
Stop you for a second there.
Okay.
So who's saying watching Brickleberry?
I am.
And where were you at that point?
I was at my father's house in Alamosa.
What is Brickleberry?
It was an animated TV show on Comedy Central. It's just about a talking bear that was crude, and that's pretty much it.
And you say you text Dylan HBU, and what does that mean?
How about you?
What does Dylan say in response?
Watching Adventureland.
What is Adventureland?
I don't remember what that is.
Is it a movie of some kind? Or show?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you respond how?
I said, haha, awesome.
Dylan then says something and you go back and forth here.
Yes.
I'm not going to have you read the entire, welcome. I'm not going to have you read the entire thing. It's an evidence so the jury can read it. But then the two of you say some cute things back and forth to one another, right? Okay. You're not the only one who's going to have this experience during this trial, Ms. Saxton, and it's a long time ago, so it's okay.
Fantastic.
And I think it's safe to say the judge and people on this side of the courtroom have seen much, much worse than this, so no need to be embarrassed, okay? So why don't we scroll down, though, a little bit, and I'm not going to have you read it, until we get to the bottom. And you see on the right there, sorry, just a little bit up, please. Perfect. It's 8:23 Pacific Standard Time. You see that? 2023. And we have the sissy text.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that from?
Dylan.
What do you say in response?
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
And then what does Dylan say in response?
Is pimpin'.
And is that some slang that he would use on occasion?
All the time.
So that's 8:37 is that final message from Dylan. And that's Pacific Standard Time, so it's actually 1 hour off from Colorado.
Okay.
That's the last communication you ever received from Dylan? On the Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we take that off the screen, okay?
Okay.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys, and I'm going to pull those up. I want to read to you what it said and let you look at them. Hang on just a second. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet. You guys can zoom in. So at 11:18, and this says 1946, which again, it said this was in Pacific Standard Time. So it says, hey, and then it says, this is Dylan off my iPod. I'll just knock on the window. Hey, sissy. Hey, kitty. What are you doing? Watching Brickleberry. How about you? Watching Adventureland. Ha ha, awesome. Yeah, it is. Ha ha ha. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like big butts and I cannot lie. Ha ha. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. Wait, why is that good to know? Are you telling me something? Smiley wink face. Hee hee. I'm just saying. Okay, wink face. Hee hee. Why winky face? Wink face. I think you're talking about something, wink face. What do you think I'm talking about? Nothing. No, tell me, kitty. Sissy, sissy, sissy. Kitty, kitty, kitty is pimping. So you see why she didn't want to read it. Gail's going to fix Ma some lunch. Yes, okay, we'll be here and you can catch the replay. Isn't that funny, Debs? And these were young kids. Like they bless her heart. Like that's why she's sitting up there and she's like, I don't want to read this. Okay, here we go. Back to the trial.
Approximately what time had you arrived at your dad's house that evening?
I don't remember.
Do you recall approximately what time you went to sleep?
Around 8:30.
And what was the reason you went to bed at 8:30 that night?
I was just exhausted. I was tired.
When you would normally communicate with Dylan, is that how it would normally end with him?
No.
Tell the jury about that, please.
He usually, when we would have conversations back and forth, he usually was the one that would end the conversation. Even if it was over mid-conversation, he would usually respond relatively quick to continue the conversation. But this time around, he did not.
Is that unusual?
Yes.
Fair to say Dylan was excited to see you and other friends in the Bayfield area?
Yes.
Were you excited to see Dylan?
Yes.
When was the last time you heard from Dylan Redwine?
When he had texted me at 8:46 with a hey. Was the last time I heard anything from him.
So 8:46 with a hey, and on which exhibit is that?
34.
Does that have the time and date for that text?
Yes, it has November 18th of 2012 at 8:46 p.m.
And when did you see that text that said hey that he sent you at 8:46?
I saw it the next morning when I had woken up, and I don't remember what time that was.
Do you recall meeting with investigators a number of times in this case?
Yes.
And you talked to them about your cell phone and actually gave them your iPod?
Yes.
How did you first find out that Dylan was missing?
My father was on Facebook, and there was a missing poster on Facebook, and he asked me if he was my friend, and I said yes.
What was your reaction?
I was pretty shocked, and I almost didn't really believe it at first. So.
What were the days and weeks that followed like from your perspective?
It was just a lot of, I was just still really in shock. There was a lot of unknowns and kind of just carrying through life as normal as I could, but still kind of expecting some text saying, hey, I'm still here. Just thinking maybe he ran away or something.
Is that what happened?
I don't know.
Objection, Judge.
I'm going to sustain that. Did you ever hear from Dylan?
No.
You never received a text or a message from him after that?
No, did not.
You send him another text message?
I do.
Okay. So we're going to put number 34 on the screen and go to the November 20th text messages. Okay. So the top of the screen there we see hey, and then the next one is November 20th, 9:26 a.m. And what is this text message?
It's just me trying to reach out to him after I find out that he was missing.
And then November 20th at 9:36 a.m. Is that a text message from you to Dylan?
Yes.
And we could see it on the screen, but if you could read it into the record, please.
Which one?
The 9:36 a.m. one.
Does Dylan please answer me?
Ever hear from them again?
No.
And we'll go down to November 28th. And we'll actually go to the next page because it captures the entire text.
Right.
Read the November 28th text that you sent to Dylan.
All of it?
Fine, Jess.
Says, Dylan, I'm pretty sure you won't get this, but in case you do, I just wanted to tell you that I've liked you forever. Like, I love you, and I have loved you to this day, and it breaks my heart to know you're gone, and I hope we find you because you mean so much to me. You're amazing and hilarious, and I'm doing as much as I can to find you. I promise. I'm sorry.
Saxton, I'm sorry. We have tissues right to your left there. Water, and you have water with you as well, I see.
It's fine. Just take your time.
I promise I will find you, and that's a promise I'm willing to keep until the day I die. I love you.
Saxton, when and how did you find out that Dylan was dead?
My mom had told me when we had seen it on the news. I don't remember when that was, though.
I don't have any further questions from Ms. Saxton. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. So, Ms. Saxton, we're going to take a recess. It was time to anyway. It's probably good for you. So, we'll take 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, don't talk to each other about the case. You shouldn't be seeing anybody else during these 15 minutes, so we won't go through the whole admonition. We'll start up again at about a quarter after. 16, 17 after.
Okay, guys, take a quick break here real quick. And we're going to finish up her testimony before we wrap up for the day. Oh, that was rough. Bless her heart. And it's so sad to see how much he meant to the people around him. And then his dad just, I mean, remember in that interview, he squeezed his freaking eyes and his face so much to try to get one little ounce of tear out, and it didn't even work. And this girl can't even, she can't even read these text messages again. Like it's awful. Dylan deserves to be here. All right, guys, take a break. I'm going to make sure my dogs and everything is good, and then we'll come right back, okay?
Please rise.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Sure. Of course.
So, Mr. Moran, I understand you have something to talk about with the next witness? witness after Ms. Saxon?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me know when.
I'm ready when you are.
Great. So the court allows, and it doesn't relate to this statute.
Well, does it really matter?
Under 807, there's the avenue of mission for the Colorado 7. The statements remind Nava has greater additional responsibility. By law enforcement, and it was 1 year, 7 months, 19 days after Dylan went missing. So in the interim, there had been vigils, there was a nationally broadcast television show, and countless news accounts. So the spotlight was shining brightly, and 807 requires indicia of reliability that are not present with his statements. The circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness that would be present in statements made by...
Hold on a second. You cannot talk in this courtroom while we're on the record. And if you do it again, I'll kick everybody out. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the statements that the friends and the peers of Dylan had made to law enforcement in approximately November and December 2012, when they're remarking about things Dylan had told them, those statements have those circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness in a way that remarks made 19 months and 19 days later does not. So we would object to admission of those statements under 807 on that basis. And we would also constitutionalize that objection under the Sixth Amendment Consultation Clause, the United States Constitution, and the more stringent protections of Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 16. And I'm, of course, referring here to Colorado Rule of Evidence 807 and its requirement of circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness.
So I don't remember Adam Harvey. Whose witness is this going to be? Okay. I don't remember Adam Harvey. I don't remember doing a hearing about this. Was this not brought up before? Or do you, I know you weren't part of the case back then, but.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. It predates my involvement, but I do believe 807 notice was provided and ruled on previously. I can just make a very brief record.
Sure.
Counsel's correct as to the date, but I believe respectfully incorrect as to the law and consequences of the delay between the incident and the interview of Mr. Harvey. Certainly counsel can cross-examine him, and 807 notice was provided with this in mind. But Mr. Harvey's testimony is fairly direct and focused and corroborated by photographic evidence. So while counsel can inquire if he wishes about TV coverage and so on, that's appropriate for cross-examination if you choose to do so, but should not bar the witness from testifying. And again, I do believe this was an issue ruled on by the court previously. That's my information from co-counsel. And I certainly don't think the delay in this case, particularly since it's a cold case homicide, should preclude the witness from testifying.
Judge, if it's helpful, I think June 24th of 2019 report. That was the date filed with the preliminary order regarding the accessibility of hearsay statements. I think the sequel hearsay will be 4 and 1. There were 12 attachments. One included Adam Harvey's statement.
I appreciate Mr. Johnson's assistance, Your Honor.
Yeah, me too. Anything else you want to say?
Only that Senator Doherty referenced the photograph. I don't think that it just strictly by Mr. Harvey, father that we're objecting to. When the issue
whether it's that Adam has been so long after that has the concept of the lack of trusted that should be required when we're violating or when we're coming up against the constitution required in this area. Is it part of any further?
Well, you know, well, hold on, because I don't remember this at all. So if it was attached, I guess I'll look at P4 and P5, and maybe you guys can go around and juggle your witnesses a little bit. I just don't remember. I would assume, had we ruled on it before, and I let it in, it comes in, but now you're telling me there's another reason not to let it in? Why wasn't it brought up before? I mean, even if I didn't give you a full ruling, why wasn't it brought up before if this was an issue? Well, I'm asking you, if you thought that maybe I left you an out, why didn't that get litigated before? We've had years to do this. I issued an order, apparently, saying this was okay. Why are you telling me now it's not? Why couldn't you do this 6 months ago? A year ago?
The order of the court was the party introduced now follow up on that issue. So as the party that is I don't think that it's right. These people and the constitution law Colorado.
Why wasn't confrontation brought up then, back when we did this hearing?
It was.
And I ruled against you, apparently.
That's what the issue with 807 is CCC ordered, and they were request by the court to follow up by the prosecution to address the other issues that we had or that we found up in the system.
What is the 404B evidence that's coming in?
Your Honor, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'll just touch briefly on the evidence, and then Mr. Johnson can talk about the motion in order.
I think that would make sense.
I do believe the court's ruled on this previously, and of course I follow and comply with the court's order that was issued in 2019. Mr. Harvey's going to testify about a sleepover in November of 2012, photographs that counsel and I agree should be admitted, of Dylan and his friends, the fact that he had no injuries on his face at the time, which is corroborated by the photographs, and that he was not, that he had to go to Bayfield for Thanksgiving for the holiday, but was not excited to go visit his father. That's the extent of it for Mr. Harvey, Your Honor, and it's in the report that was filed as part of the motion, and I'm going to stop here and turn to Mr. Johnson, if that's okay.
No, you don't need to. As of right now, I'm going to let it in. I'm going to look at my order while Ms. Saxton finishes testifying.
Sure.
I'll try and do two things at once.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So with that, is the jury outside there, or do you know? Okay. Not yet? Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Am I to understand the jury's not back yet?
Not yet.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question of the court?
Sure.
Yesterday, counsel had put a transcript on the screen, and I just wanted to follow up since I'm new to Your Honor's courtroom. You've said any transcript introduced had to be accurate, and I just wanted to make sure, are you saying accurate based on the people participating in the conversation or accurate based on some outside source? Because I do have a witness testifying later today, and a transcript, while not absolutely critical, would be part of the testimony.
Well, are you seeking to introduce the transcript?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I haven't dealt with transcripts. You guys probably don't know this case, but the last big case, a huge case in this courtroom, the Sissy Taylor case. That was about 30 years ago. At that point, there needed to be a finding that the transcript would be helpful to the jury, The jury had to be instructed when they were looking at the transcript that if there was a difference between the transcript and what they heard, are you going to be playing the audio of that also?
Yeah, sure.
They needed to be instructed that if they heard something different, they were to remember what they heard, and there had to be a finding that the transcript was accurate. Those things have not been done. Maybe the law has changed. It was 30 years ago, but I don't think it has been. So that's my concern. So we may all be doing a little quick research over the lunch hour.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. If I could just add, the witness would testify that the transcript was accurate based on her review of it and listening to the audio. And it's done simply to aid the jury in listening to the audio. So that's why I wanted to see.
But does the jury need that to understand? And that's what I remember from, like I say, it was 30 years ago. I could be wrong, but that is my memory of it.
Okay. So I'll take a look at the law as well. So, all right, that would help. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, girl in the gallery is getting her a nice little shoulder massage.
So we've got more people in the courtroom now, and I know things. Well, I can do it when the jury comes in. That's okay. Bring them on in. Is that right? Everybody be seated. Ms. Saxton, come back up to the witness stand. You're still under oath. Just have a seat. And before we start, I just want to let people out in the gallery and the audience know that even though you may think it's okay to talk back there, it's not, particularly when we're on the record. And it will really annoy me, and I may end up kicking you guys out of the courtroom. So I'd appreciate, I'm talking up here, or counselor talking, and Ms. Grigsby is reporting. You are quiet. Whispers we can hear, and it's very disturbing. So, ready for a cross?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Saxton, if I'm mumbling or I mess up a question, you don't understand what I'm asking you, just let me or the judge know, and I will course correct, okay?
Sure. Thank you.
I don't know if you have People's 35 in front of you. It's kind of the white piece of paper. Okay.
I do.
And you testified on direct that, based upon your recollection, that's an accurate record of some text that went between you and Dylan Redwine the night of November 18th, I believe.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, refresh all of our memories. It sounds like there were several different devices that you were texting back and forth with Dylan, and it was a different time, different, I don't know, maybe it was 3G, I don't know. But inform the jury of what of the devices you were using to text with Dylan that night.
Sure. I was texting him. I'm sorry. You mean that night in particular?
Yeah, the 17th and the 18th.
Okay, so that in a whole. Okay. So yes, I was texting him off of my personal cell phone, and I was texting him off of my mother's personal cell phone, and then I texted him off of my iPod.
And again, turning your attention to People's 35, sounds like which devices are being used on your end for this?
It would be my iPod.
Okay. And to use an iPod to text someone in fall of 2012, you had to have a special application or an app, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was text plus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And People's 35 is a rendition of the text plus
Yes.
messages, safe to think.
Yes.
Okay. And one thing you got asked on direct concerned the very last message, and I turn your attention to the bottom of People's 35. And I'm going to turn your attention to the last three messages just to reorient everyone. Third from the bottom says sissy, 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 correct?
Yes.
And that is from?
Dylan.
Okay. So Dylan's calling you by your nickname, I take it?
Yes.
Sissy, sissy, sissy. You call him by your name for him, Kitty, 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 right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last message after y'all calling each other nicknames comes from Dylan, correct?
Yes.
And that one is, as contained on People's 35, says, is pimping, right?
Yes.
And as you stated on direct, that's a phrase, a term that he used all the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Used it when he was talking to you in person?
I can't recall if he would use it in person.
More so on text and instant messages?
Yes.
Okay. So that's not a message from Dylan as far as the verbiage goes. It seems weird to you or uncharacteristic.
No.
Okay.
It's, in terms of the text messages itself, it's pretty characteristic for him on text.
Okay. And you testified on direct that obviously you were very close with Dylan.
Yes.
And remind us of when you met him and how you met him.
Sure. I met him in 4th grade. I met him at elementary school, and he was one of my first friends there.
Right.
So we were close.
And what sort of stuff did he like to do in the outdoors, if you know?
It's everything you wished for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing until this.
I don't really know, or I can't really recall. I just remember hanging out a lot, either at church or on the playground. So.
Okay. And it's been a long time. I get that.
Yes.
And you say you don't remember what sort of things he liked to do in the outdoors. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been interviewed by all sorts of folks about this situation, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall telling FBI agent Joseph Lunaro that you recalled Dylan liked to hunt and fish and ride four-wheel terrain vehicles?
Now that I'm thinking about it now, yes, I do remember saying that.
And safe to say, because you were texting with Dylan communicating with Dylan on several different devices on the 17th and 18th, not all of those text messages and messages on your end have been saved, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that was because, at least on your phone, you ran out of storage and you had to delete some of those messages. Is that right?
I can't recall.
And again, it's been a long time. You've talked to a lot of people. Do you recall telling FBI agent Joseph Funaro that you couldn't recall the exact times of your text message conversation with Dylan on the 17th and 18th? You had erased the messages because your cell phone's memory had become full. Do you remember telling that to FBI agent Funaro?
I can't recall.
Would looking at Agent Funaro's report help you remember, you think?
Yeah. Yes.
Permission to approach with 17814 Discovery?
Yes.
And I'm going to put a report in front of you, and I don't want you to read out loud from it. I'm going to show you where I think this may help.
Okay.
And if it helps you remember saying that, then we'll have that conversation, okay? But I'm not asking you to start reading or anything. Are we good on that? Or
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Okay. So Agent Finaro's report about his interview with you does not refresh your recollection to making that statement?
No.
Okay. Can I get that back, please?
Yes, please.
One of the things you just mentioned is that you knew Dylan from school from the 4th grade, right?
Yes.
And you knew him from church as well, is that correct?
We went to youth group together, yes.
Right. And obviously you talked about you've seen him, you know him, you've interacted with him, you're interacting with him at this time. You considered him a dear, dear friend, safe to say.
Yes.
And safe to say, you know from watching Dylan, from talking to him, from going through childhood together, that if he got angry or upset, it wasn't uncommon for him to just walk away from the situation, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he had done that once with you.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I just have a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
Counsel asked you about Exhibit 35, which is down there, and if you like, I can put it back up in front of you.
I don't want to reach over. Knock.
Yes.
I don't want to knock anything over. Thank you.
In terms of these messages here, counsel asked you if you recall deleting any messages. Is what we're looking at in Exhibit 35 a picture of your phone or the record from the Text Plus company?
This is a record from the Text Plus company.
And the final 3 text messages from Text Plus, sissy, 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 that's 8:23 Pacific time, so 9:23 Colorado time. And kitty, 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 9:26. And then is pimpin', 9:37. And that's the last communication, that night, the last communication you have with him.
Yes.
And just to be clear, counsel asked about is pimping, whether that was out of character for Dylan, and I think he said is pimping all the time.
Over text, yes.
Yes, over time. But how about the conversation ending that way? In other words, being done for the night. Would it normally end with Dylan with something like is pimping, or would it end with I have to go do something, or good night, stuff like that?
It would depend. If it was something where I didn't respond, usually it wasn't too typical of him to respond to me until the next morning. But other than that, he would usually end it with like a night on his end, or like he was usually the one to end the conversation.
Never heard from him again after that?
Yes.
I don't have nothing further from Ms. Saxton. Thanks very much, ma'am. And I would ask, not yet. Actually, I'll wait for the jury questions. Sorry. Thank you. Any questions from the jury? No. Do you want her excused?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Any objection?
We'd ask that she remain under service.
Okay, what that means, are you living in Alamosa?
Yes.
Talk to one of the two people sitting over there on the left. Give them your phone number. You may need to come back. You may not.
Okay.
So you can't be paying attention to what's going on in the courtroom. If there's anything in the news or anything on, you look at it online until they tell you you don't need to come back. If you do need to come back, they need to make arrangements to have you come back. We're scheduled to go through the end of July.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So one of the two of you can talk for. They just need to have your contact information. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure what the point in that is. I don't know. I don't feel to my recollection, she doesn't come back up, but I feel like, I don't know, there's like an ulterior motive of the defense wanting her there or wanting to keep her on. Maybe so she won't listen. I don't know. Something's weird. That's strange. Up next, I believe, is Kristen Baird. And we're going to see what she has to say. You guys doing all right? Thank you so much for being here. Here we go.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, the people call Adam Harvey to the stand.
My apologies, Adam Harvey.
Mr. Harvey, come up to the witness stand up here, please. Right there. And before you sit down, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm and affirm perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, have a seat. And there are some rights in regard to people testifying, not your rights, other people's rights, that people are entitled to see your face. Are you okay taking off your mask while you testify? Or not? You got to be louder.
I'd prefer not to.
Okay, well, it's not really doing a whole lot, but
better?
I'm okay with that. Any objection to that from who's ever doing Mr. Harvey? Or Mr. Doherty?
No objection from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. With that, I do want to talk to the two of you up out of the hearing of the jury. So, if Mr. Doherty and Mr. Moran, you come up for a second.
Sure.
Okay, quick sidebar. Oh, remember the masks. This is 2021, so this is, right in the heart of COVID. Dylan should be that age, man. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Thank you, Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I could be better, but
A lot of people who sit in that chair feel that way, but I'm going to only have you on the stand for a short period of time, and we do appreciate you being there, okay? So I know it's strange to be in a courtroom surrounded by all these people, but what might make it easier for all of us is if you could pull that microphone closer to you, or you closer to the microphone, that would help us be able to hear your voice.
is that better?
That is terrific. The court reporter has to type down everything that you and I say, so that's why the microphone is really important, and also the jury, of course, wants to hear what you have to say.
Of course.
What's your full name?
Adam Garrett Harvey,
Mr. Harvey, how old are you?
21 years old.
Where are you currently living?
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
How long have you been living in the Colorado Springs area for?
Since I was born, man.
In 2012, and I'm going to ask you to talk, the jury is struggling, I'm going to ask you to talk as loud as you need to so that I can hear you over there, okay?
All right.
2012, how old were you?
12 years old.
What grade were you in at the start of 2012?
12 years old. My birthday is in January, so I just turned 12.
Where were you going to school?
Haven Middle School.
All right.
Haven Middle School.
Where was that located?
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Who were some of your closer friends during 2012?
I only had a couple, but I had a friend of Joseph Bios, Kristen Baird, Dylan Redwine. That's pretty much it.
Can you really project, please? Because it is hard to hear.
I'm sorry.
And understand. It's okay. You're not used to this.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It really is okay. I know it's a strange experience, and we all understand that. Again, just keep your eyes back towards here and project your voice to me, okay?
All right.
But I have to have you close to the microphone, too, okay? So as you can get to the lectern.
Project your voice back to here.
All right.
Because we've been getting a lot of complaints from people watching this everywhere. I'm trying to keep people not being here, so this is better.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Joseph Bios, Kristen Baird, Dylan Redwine were your close friends in 2012.
Yes, sir.
How did you meet Dylan?
One day I was sitting out front just passing the football with Joe, and I had seen Dylan across the street, and he was throwing the football around with himself, so I had asked Joe to ask him to come over and join us.
Had Dylan recently moved to that neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Who was he living with in that neighborhood?
His mom. Being honest, I don't remember the stepfather's name, but he was living within his mom's house across the street from me.
So his house was located across the street from yours?
Yes, sir.
Who were you living with at the time, Mr. Harvey?
My mom and father.
And what would you and Dylan do when you were hanging out together during the course of your time as friends?
Most of the time, man, we were just being your normal, everyday kids running the neighborhood, playing football, sports.
And how would you communicate with Dylan?
Text messaging, or usually just face-to-face. I'd come home from school, he'd already be on my front porch, ready with the football.
How often would you guys hang out, Mr. Harvey?
Every single day.
When you text with Dylan, how quickly, generally speaking, would he text you back?
Instantly, pretty much.
Can you describe for the jury how Dylan was as a person, what his mood was, how he conducted himself?
Dylan was the type when he walked in the room, man, he'd light up the room, everybody smiled. I always caught positive energy from him. And that's the best way I could describe him, honestly. It's all positive.
Dylan ever talk with you about running away or hurting himself?
No, sir.
Do you recall November of 2012?
Briefly.
Do you recall a couple specific dates, November 17th and 18th of 2012?
Maybe not specific dates, but I could remember events.
Okay. So the jury is hearing evidence about what happened to Dylan.
Okay.
Do you recall the last time you saw Dylan?
Date-wise, I couldn't, but it was the day before he was issued to go out to Durango. Okay. It was the night before.
So can we talk about that?
Of course.
So I'm going to ask you to take us through where and when you last saw Dylan.
We were at Joe's house the night before. We were up kind of late, I'd say 2, 3 in the morning, eating snacks, playing around. And last time I had seen him was literally that night, because by the time I woke up, he was gone. He was gone to catch the flight to Durango. Last contact I had with him was when he texted me that he was here and that he was there. He was taking a picture of my out of the plane.
I'm going to break that down a little bit, okay?
All right.
But that's exactly the date or day that I want to ask you questions.
All right.
Okay. Where were you guys going to sleep over that night?
We were originally going to ask my mom to stay, but we had already stayed there the night prior, so she had said no. So we went down to Joe's grandpa and asked him, and so we stayed at Joe's grandpa's house.
Okay. So you stayed at your mom's house the night before.
Before that night.
Then you ask if they could stay over again. Your mom says no.
Yep.
So you guys asked
Joe's
grandfather?
Yep.
And he says yes.
Yep.
So what you just described is you guys sleeping over Joe's grandfather's house.
Yep.
And that's Joe Ceballos.
Yes.
And are you aware Joe Ceballos is going to testify later today?
Yes.
What did the three of you do during the course of that night with Joe Ceballos?
We built a fort in the basement. Built our own little sections, had our own little snacks, watched movies.
How was the mood that night?
Great.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at, it's been marked as peoples 1, 2, and 3. They've been previously provided to you and shown to counsel.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Yes.
Can you take a look at each of those three exhibits, please, Mr. Harvey? Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Pictures of me, Joe, and Dylan.
And is that from the final day you saw Dylan live?
No, sir.
And when were those? When do you believe those pictures were taken?
It's hard to say. It's hard for me to remember, honestly. But it was around that time.
Okay. So it was around that time?
Give or take.
And who's in those pictures?
And exhibit 1 is Joe and Dylan. Exhibit 2, it's all three of us. Me, Joe, and Dylan. And exhibit 3, again, all three of us.
Around the time of the final sleepover?
Yes, sir.
Do those photos fairly and accurately reflect how you guys looked at that time?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move peoples 1, 2, and 3 into evidence.
Mr. Moran? They'll be admitted.
We're going to put Exhibit 1 on the screen behind you, and you can also look at it on the photo in front of you. Who do we see in this photograph?
Joe and Dylan. And you can see the side of my head.
So why don't we go to Exhibit 2 then? So actually, can we go back to Exhibit 1? Sorry. Exhibit 1, you see at the bottom the slide to unlock feature on the phone. So this is the background on someone's phone. Why don't we go to Exhibit 2 then? What do we see in Exhibit 2?
Me, Joe, and Dylan, all close.
And who's who in this photograph?
Dylan is the one with the hat with the green brim. And Joe is the one in the middle. I'm the one with the beanie on the head.
And how about Exhibit 3, please? What do we have here, Mr. Harvey?
Again, Dylan in the Blue Devils hat and Joe in the middle with me on the other side with the beanie.
You recall this being around the time of the sleepover?
Around.
These poor kids.
Where was Dylan going after the sleepover, Mr. Harvey? You mentioned that he woke up and he was gone, to your recollection.
Mm-hmm.
Where was he going?
He was going to see his dad in Durango.
Did you have the impression that he wanted to visit his father or no?
Specifically about his father, I never...
Let me just ask you to listen to the question here. Okay. Did you have the impression that he wanted to visit his father? If you could answer with a yes or no without getting into too much detail.
Sorry, can you ask the question one more time, my bad?
Sure. Did you have the impression, the understanding, that Dylan wanted to go visit his father or not?
Why? Okay, you've had the microphone. Why? Perhaps this is a good time to approach. The objection would be based on impression being different than the court's ruling that we were discussing. Impressions and what is admissible under Your Honor's rulings are two different things.
I don't think impression is different. Mr. Doherty did clarify whether or not he wanted to go, which was part of my ruling, is my understanding, what we just talked about up here. So the question is, did Dylan want to go see his dad at Thanksgiving? We just want a yes or a no.
I would never ask that question.
Okay, all right. What was your last communication with Dylan?
That text message of the plane, the picture of the plane saying that he was here, or that he was there, or that he had landed.
I'm just going to break that down a little bit, okay? He sent you a picture of a plane saying what?
I'm here.
I'm here. Okay. How did you find out that Dylan was missing?
I had seen it on the news.
You don't have nothing further. Mr. Harvey, thank you very much.
Okay. Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harvey, you doing all right?
Yes, sir.
I'll keep it brief. You mentioned that you thought perhaps that you guys had been up until 2 or 3 in the morning. Are you guessing at that, or do you recall? There's some information that suggests that you were up like 4 a.m.
It's more of a guess. It's so long ago, it's hard to recall.
So you wouldn't disagree with anyone asserting that you were up until 4 a.m.?
No.
And fair to say, up until 4 a.m., goofing around, having fun.
I'm sorry?
Fair to say that up until 4 a.m., goofing around, having fun.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that with respect to this case, the first time you spoke with them was in July of 2014?
I'm confused. I'm having confusion of the question.
Sure, and maybe it'll help if I just say what I'm getting at. There was some time between Dylan's disappearance and when you first had any conversations with law enforcement.
I had no conversation with law enforcement before this case.
Okay. And perhaps, do you recall speaking with law enforcement about this case, but it was a long time after Dylan went missing? It was July 2014.
No, I rejected any offer from any media talking.
Okay. How about police? Do you remember when you spoke with them?
I never had to talk to the police, so.
You never spoke to the police about this case?
I do not believe so.
Do you remember speaking with Investigator Heidel here, this gentleman in the blue tie?
Yes.
Obviously, you were aware that Dylan was missing in November or December of 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And this gentleman that you spoke with, who's sitting over here with the prosecutors, you spoke with him many years later, right? Like 2020 or so?
Yes.
So you didn't reach out to law enforcement around the time Dylan's remains had been discovered?
No, sir.
I know that this was a long time ago, and there's a method by which I can refresh your recollection if you don't remember. But on November 17th, 2012, do you remember that you wanted Dylan to stay at your house?
Yes, sir.
So that was the night before he flew to Durango.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But your mom said no. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you said, Ma, he's leaving town for a couple of days. I'm sure it's not cool for him to come hang out tonight.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, was that annoying or embarrassing as a 13-year-old that you couldn't have your friend over?
No. I went to my next option down the train.
I'm sorry?
I went to my next option that I had, so we went straight to Joe's grandpa, so I had another option. I didn't think too much of it.
So when Mom said no, you figured a way around it, a workaround, basically. And that's consistent with how things go as a 13-year-old, at least with you, right?
Yeah.
And that's how it would go with your friend group, right? If one parent says no,
we're going to the next.
We'll figure out a way. Okay. You and Dylan played basketball in addition to football, right?
Yes, sir.
And fair to say Dylan liked to throw the football.
Yes, sir.
Dylan Redwine liked to play football a lot. That was common with you two.
Fully athletic.
Right on. And when you guys played football, were you wearing pads?
No, sir.
Did playing football cause him to have scratches?
Time to time, maybe.
Scratches on his knees?
Yeah, maybe falling on the street, trying to dive, catch the football.
Right on. You guys were tough enough to play football on the street?
Oh, yeah.
And is it touch football or tackle football on the street?
Touch.
But still diving for catches and that
Yeah,
kind of
still going to make plays.
Right on. And when you say Dylan is fully athletic, part of what you're talking about is that he'd lay himself out to catch the ball.
Yeah, he was always about how high he could jump and everything he would do with any type of sport that he plays.
So the kind of kid, when he plays ball, will sacrifice his body to make the play.
Yep.
And sometimes that's what we're talking about, right? That's how he ends up with scratches and whatnot. But
yeah.
And Dylan, when he's throwing a football, he's not, like, even at the time, he wasn't throwing ducks, right? He could throw a spiral.
Oh, yeah, he was very gifted.
And on occasions when you guys were having sleepovers, Dylan, you guys would go exploring, right?
No, sir.
You guys didn't go sneaking out at night?
No.
So on an occasion when you guys were sleeping over together, you just stayed in the house and built forts?
Or out front of Joe's grandpa's shooting the basketball till 10 or 11 at night.
And then there were occasions with Joe's grandfather where you guys were getting some heat from Grandpa for sneaking out, right?
As I recall, no.
Okay. You don't remember Joe having to tell you guys, if you keep sneaking out, my grandpa's not going to let you stay here anymore?
No, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
That wasn't anything communicated to you, at least?
No, sir.
When on direct examination, you were speaking with Mr. Doherty. What I heard was that you said those photographs were taken sometime around when Dylan left, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was not exactly on November 17th. Is that right?
Correct. I could not personally date the date of those pictures.
But you were able to remember that those photographs were taken by Kristen Baird?
Or her brother.
Sounds like you've had an opportunity to review the report that Mr. Heidel took. Is that fair? You've reviewed that report?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again, sir?
Sure. Sounds like you've had an opportunity to review the report Mr. Heidel here wrote, right? Is that why you're remembering these details right now?
No. I'm going strictly off my memory.
Right on. You haven't met with these guys and prepared your testimony?
I mean, I have this.
And did you review the reports that have been written in your preparation?
No, I did not.
But you're remembering, without having looked at that report, that those photographs were taken in days before November 17th, 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And after those photos had been taken, you played football a few times, right?
Yeah.
But definitely played football on November 17th, 2012, right?
We definitely probably passed the ball around, yeah. But maybe not a full game.
Okay. You're aware that Dylan liked to go fishing? Is that right?
Me and Dylan never had a conversation at fishing, no.
You guys never went and went fishing together?
No, sir.
That was more something from Durango? You guys didn't do that in Colorado Springs?
Action, Your Honor, asked and answered. I think it has been. Ask me a different question, please.
And did you discuss with Dylan that he had the guts to go hitchhiking?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Right, you're aware that Dylan had the guts to go hitchhiking, that he had hitchhiked on occasion?
I mean, here in Colorado, we just stayed around in the neighborhood, so I wouldn't know nothing of hitchhiking.
Right. You don't remember Dylan talking about that to you?
No, sir.
That night before Dylan left for Durango, was Kristen Baird hanging out that night?
No, sir.
But you mentioned that Kristen Baird, Joe Ceballos, and Dylan Redwine were your good pals at the time, right?
Yes.
And Kristen Baird was Dylan's girlfriend that November, right?
They were on and off. I couldn't tell you whether they were together or not.
She was a year older than you guys, right?
Yes, sir. A year older than me. Her age regulation to Dylan, I don't know.
Okay.
If you want water, go ahead.
And then you don't have any recollection of Dylan's departure on the morning of the 17th. I beg your pardon, on the morning of the 18th, because you were asleep.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't unusual at that age to sleep in. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, one more time.
But when you were 13 years old, it was common to sleep in. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So Dylan never spoke with you or went hitchhiking with you?
No.
Counsel asked you on cross-examination about your recollection, your memory of an interview that you gave to law enforcement on July 8th of 2014. I think your testimony was you don't remember.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach and show the witness People's Discovery page 903? I'm going to ask you to take a look at the page on the computer and then see if it refreshes your recollection. I'll have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have a chance to read it, Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Can I come grab the computer from you?
Yes, you can, sir.
You may. That's fine.
July of 2014. It's about 7 years ago.
Yeah. That refreshed my memory a little bit, yes.
Okay. So refresh your memory as to the interview you had on July 8th.
Yeah, the words that were on that page, I remember saying or making that statement.
Remember telling the investigator that Dylan didn't have any chapped lips, sores, or injuries?
I do.
Remember telling the investigator that you had the impression that Dylan did not want to go to his father's?
Yeah, every time if we brought it up, he didn't want to talk about it.
You had the impression that he did not want to go.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey, thank you very much for being here today. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any questions from the jury? Doesn't look like it. You want Mr. Harvey excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Moran?
Under 5010-201, I think we made it, he needs to remain available.
Well, you're going to have to get him back. You're going to have to arrange all that. So, Mr. Harvey, what you're going to need to do on your way out of here is talk to one of the two investigators that are sitting on the left side of the courtroom. One of them will get up and talk to you. They need contact information from you. You may have to come back since you're under subpoena. Don't know that you will, but you're not allowed to follow this case in the paper until you've been told by them that you don't have to come back. Okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you. So you're good for today. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the people call Kristen Baird to the stand.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Baird, come up to the witness stand up here, please. Straight up here. And before you sit down, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, have a seat. Just have a seat. You're looking upset before we even start, so if that becomes a problem, you need to take a break. Let me know, okay? I'm trying to do 2 or 3 different things up here at once, so I may not notice right away. All right, just let me know. So if you need water, you can have one of those bottles there. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record.
Kristen, Kristen, Baird, Baird.
Might help if you hold the microphone to you or move yourself closer to the microphone.
Kristen Baird, Kristen, Baird, Baird.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm going to take you through a number of questions. Is that okay?
Yeah.
How old are you, Ms. Baird?
22.
What area do you currently live in?
Colorado Springs.
How long have you lived in the Springs for?
12, 13 years.
Are you working currently?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Wendy's.
What do you do at Wendy's?
I'm like a crew. I work window, I take orders, and clean.
Good. How long have you been working there for?
Like 2-3 months.
Who are you currently living with?
I live in my own apartment with my boyfriend.
Were you living in Colorado Springs in 2012?
Yes.
Do you have a boyfriend at that time?
Technically.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Dylan was my boyfriend.
Now, when you say technically, is that because the two of you were so young?
We were, He had moved, so we were deciding since he had moved whether or not we should stay together.
So you're getting upset, and as the court said, if you need a break, you let us know, okay? There's water there for you as well. And then there's tissues to your left, okay? How did you first meet Dylan?
He lived across the street from me.
What neighborhood?
Like
Not your address, just the area of Colorado Springs.
like North Carefree.
You mentioned he was moving. Where was he moving to?
Monument.
Monument's located close to Colorado Springs?
Yes.
But not right in the same town.
No.
Who was Dylan living with at the time?
His mom.
How did you first meet Dylan?
We were all actually outside, and he was with my other best friends, Adam and Joe. And I walked up to them because I didn't know who Dylan was. And we all just introduced, like they introduced me to Dylan, and we all were super close then because Adam and me were already close. Me and Joe were already close, and then Dylan fit right in.
How often would you hang out with Dylan?
Every day.
Were you going to the same school as him at that point?
No.
Where did you go to school?
Russell Middle School.
Where did Dylan go to school?
I believe Monument. I didn't know the actual school.
I'd like you to describe for the jury, what was Dylan like as a person?
He was amazing. Like, he always had a smile on his face. He, if you were upset, he would brighten your day. Right now, I know he'd be telling me he's proud that I'm here, and, you know, he's just he was the happiest person ever.
Had he ever talked about running away or hurting himself?
No.
And how often would the two of you talk?
Every day.
And how would that happen? Was that in person, text? How did it go?
Both.
And when you would text Dylan, how quickly would he respond usually?
Quickly.
What was his relationship like with his mother, to your knowledge?
They were very close. He loved his mom more than anything.
When was the last time you saw Dylan, Ms. Barrett?
The last day he left.
Where was he leaving for?
Here.
Durango area?
And I know you're upset, but can we have that a yes or a no, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Court reporter, I know that I could tell this is really hard. The court reporter types down everything that you and I say so we have a record. Okay? So I'd like to talk to you about the last time you saw Dylan. Okay? Where was that?
My house.
How'd that come about? Can you tell the jury?
He was leaving, so he wanted to say goodbye to me before he came down. And it wasn't really a great conversation.
Can I stop you there for a second? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Where had Dylan been the night before?
I believe he stayed the night at Adam's.
And who had he spent the night with?
Adam.
Anyone else?
Maybe Joe.
And what did you guys do during that day?
So we were all, we actually came to my house. We were just all saying goodbye. We hung out, took some pictures, just talked about like what was gonna be going on and when he'd be back.
Where was Dylan going?
Here, Durango.
For what?
See his father.
For what reason?
Technically, the court told him he had to go.
Is that a conversation you had with Dylan that
Yes.
day? You mentioned that he was going to be leaving. Where was his mom going to be picking him up that day?
My house.
Did his mom come and pick him up eventually?
Yeah, because they used to live on my street, so she picked him up like right at the end of the driveway.
Did that?
Yeah, so I ran down crying. saying bye.
How much time did you spend together that day?
It wasn't a long time because he had to make the plane.
You mentioned taking some photos. Who were those photos of, Ms. Barrett?
So we all took photos together. But the main photos that I have is Dylan with Adam and Joe on each side on my couch.
And that was on the day Dylan was leaving to come to the Durango area?
Yes.
Ronna, can I approach the witness and show her what's been admitted as peoples 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
I'm going to put Exhibit 1 on the screen behind you, but you can also look at the one in front of you if you like. When I say Exhibit 1, it has a sticker in the corner that says 1, okay? What is this a photograph of?
Joe, Dylan, and Adam's actually not in this photo. But they took like a really close selfie photo. It kind of got like to where it like moved up. This kind of looks like he might have like had it as his like cover photo maybe.
Cover photo, what do you mean by that?
Like the back of your like phone, like you can like your lock screen or your home screen to make it like the background to like when you open your phone, you see that every day.
Okay, so let's go to Exhibit 2. What are we looking at here, Ms. Baird?
So behind Dylan, Joe, and Adam is my brother. They were taking a super goofy photo. We were all really close. So, I mean, they told each other they loved each other all the time. So, I mean, it was just like a super funny photo that they wanted to take. And my brother was in the background and he was doing something super funny too. So.
Where was this photo taken?
My couch, like in my parents' house.
The day Dylan was leaving for the Durango area?
Yes.
We'll go to Exhibit 3. How about this one?
On my couch.
Okay. And who's in this photograph?
Dylan, Joe, and Adam.
Did you observe any cuts, sores, or chapped lips on Dylan that day?
No.
Did you see any in these photographs?
No.
Were you aware that Dylan had lived in the Bayfield, Durango area previously?
Yes.
You're a smart person, so you're able to guess that. You see where my questions are going, but for the court reporter, she always wants me to finish before you go, okay?
Yeah.
That's why she just gave me that look.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. She gave me the look because she knows I'm the one who's supposed to know. It's not your fault. Okay. So now he's going to be flying out that day back to the Durango area. I believe you said to visit his father because of the court order.
Yes.
How did Dylan seem about visiting his friends in this area?
That's all he cared about.
What do you mean?
That's the only reason he wanted to come to Durango.
Was it your impression Dylan did not want to visit his father
No.
at that time?
Sorry. No.
Let's clarify that. No meaning no, that wasn't your impression, or no, he didn't want to come?
He did not want to see his father.
Thank you.
You and the others urged him to stay in the Springs? Or talk to him about why he had to go?
Yes.
And what was the reason he had to go?
He was mandated by the court order to come see his dad.
What was his mood and demeanor before leaving for the airport on that day?
He was not excited. He was excited to see his friends. He didn't really bring up much of his dad because he was not really looking forward to it.
Do you remember him leaving?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember him saying he was leaving to me. He walked outside my door. And then for some reason I started running after him because I was like, this is For some reason,
They stopped you there. You're running after him before when he was meeting up with his mom.
yes.
What was your emotional state at that?
I didn't want him to go.
When did you find out Dylan was missing?
Less than 24 hours.
How'd you find out, Miss Barry?
So Adam and Joe called me right after school, and they're like, Kristen, you really need to come over. And then I came over, and instantly they told me that he was gone, like missing.
And what was it like over the days and weeks that followed for you?
Very hard.
When and how did you find out that Dylan's remains have been found?
On the news.
And I have no further questions for Ms. Baird. Ms. Baird, thank you for being here today.
Okay. Mr. Moran?
Good morning, Ms. Barnes.
Morning.
Doing all right?
Yeah.
If for any reason you need to take a break, I will make sure that the judge knows that and that we'll advocate on your behalf to do that if things get too much, okay? But I think that this should be quick. And I want to just make sure I understood something that you were saying a moment ago. My understanding is that you were born in 1998, right?
Correct.
So on
October.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
October what?
2nd.
Of 1998, your birthday?
Yes.
So on the day that you were spending, the last day that you spent time with Dylan, you would have been 14.
Yes.
And what time was it that Dylan departed on that day?
I want to say around 3 or 4, maybe. It was a while back, so I don't know.
Sure, but leaving in the afternoon.
Yes.
And that was the day before, or the day he went to Durango.
Yes.
And it was the actual day that he was gone
Yes.
to Durango.
He was leaving. Yes.
So it was November the 18th, 2012, when you saw Dylan move.
The 17th. The 18th was when he went missing.
Okay. But I'm going to switch gears a little bit. He was 13 at the time that you were spending time together, November 17th or so.
Yes.
And the impression, or what stood out to me is that you guys were calling each other boyfriend, girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in 2012, he expressed preferring to stay with you for the Thanksgiving holiday. Is that right?
To stay with me during Thanksgiving?
That he would have preferred to stay in Colorado Springs and stay with you.
Yes.
Right?
Your Honor. Yes. I'm sorry. Objection. I believe it's a compound question about staying in the Colorado Springs area and or with her. We can just break that down a little bit.
Sure. I'm not meaning that he was going to spend the entire time, like, not that you guys had an apartment together or something, but that he was going to, if he had stuck around, he would have spent time with you, right?
Yes, understood.
And his preference for the Thanksgiving holiday and time away from school would have been to spend time with you, is what he was saying.
Yes. And friends.
And then, so it was in the afternoon that you saw him getting picked up by his mom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had spent the day with him preceding his pickup by his mom?
He came like for the whole weekend.
I see. So then he'd stayed the night, you guys had all stayed together the night before?
Technically not me. I didn't stay the night.
I see.
Parents were strict, so, girls, guys.
Sure. And you were telling Dylan, don't go. You were telling him to stay with you, right?
Yes.
It was surprising to you that the police didn't reach out to you early on. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that it was 5 years after Dylan went missing before you were first contacted by a law enforcement official?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report written by the person you spoke with?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
This thing on. So I'm going to have you just look here at line 8, so on the left side of this document, 18,593. Line 8, because it's 8, and then the description there of the quote application. Just look at it to yourself. Let me know when you just have to look at it. And then you can tell me if it refreshes your recollection. Does that make sense? That's sort of the last.
Yes.
Ms. Baird, may I interrupt? So my question is, would looking at that report refresh your recollection with respect to the date that you spoke to law enforcement? Do you see the date on there? And I'm not asking you to read it out loud. I'm just inquiring whether you see it.
Yes, I see it.
And does seeing this report and the date there refresh your recollection as to when you spoke with law enforcement?
A little, but not much.
Okay. You order permission to say?
Yes.
So, Ms. Baird, strictly with respect to the date, does this refresh your recollection that you spoke with Mr. Heidel here, this gentleman, on August 2nd, 2017?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And that would be the first time that you spoke with law enforcement in this case, right?
I believe so. There might have been one case where I did speak to a law enforcement when he was still missing.
Do you remember who that was?
It was at the high school when everybody got together to talk about him missing.
Okay. So you might have?
Yes, I was. The news reported me and everything. Took video. Took notes, and then, if I recall correctly, there was some law enforcement there.
Do you remember saying, in speaking with Mr. Heidel, that you did not recall having been interviewed by law enforcement at the time Dylan went missing?
I can't recall.
It makes sense. I mean, it's a long time ago.
Long time.
Would it perhaps refresh your recollection to show you this report?
Possibly.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention here to lines 34 and 35, which is page 18,593 of Discovery again.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so Mr. Moran, you have to speak up. That microphone is not going to work unless you hit the mute button. I think it turns itself off. It went off. So if you look at it, there's a mute button. Or the battery's dead. Is the light on? Okay, it's on. All right.
What I'm directing you at is lines 34 and 35. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does not. It's still a blur.
And please try and stay close to the microphone when you're at your table.
So your recollection is not refreshed about this statement, but you do remember speaking to Mr. Heidel?
Yes.
Okay. And you do remember that that was approximately August 2nd, 2017, right?
Yes, very long time.
Mr. Heidel here and a prosecutor, and they were asking you questions about this case. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were answering those questions honestly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you understood that this was important and that it was part of the
Correct.
case, and it was in preparation for testimony is what you were being told, right?
Correct.
And you do not have any recollection of telling them that you had not been interviewed by law enforcement at the time Dylan went missing.
That was back to August 2nd, 2017. It's been about 4 years now, so I don't recall.
Sure.
It was 4 years, so I mean, I've had a lot of conversations. Okay. I did have a conversation with them, but I don't recall back to 2017. It's been a very long time.
So I'm asking you to look back through the sands of times. And just so that this is clear, it's that you said you did not recall having been interviewed by law enforcement. You don't even remember that part, right?
Again, it's just a little bit of a blurred.
Understood. Over the years, you have kept up with Dylan's mom, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Dylan that you were scared of him making the trip?
Yes.
And you recall that Dylan told you not to be scared?
Yes.
He told you, quote, it was going to be fine.
Yes.
And he told you everything was going to be okay, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that was surprising to you about him leaving or having to leave is that Dylan had not seen his father in 4 years, correct?
Correct.
He spent the day with you until his mom came to pick him up, right?
Yes.
And during that time, you told him that you thought something bad was going to happen, right?
Correct.
On November 17th, 2012, do you recall also telling Dylan that you wanted to kill someone?
Excuse me?
On November 17th, 2012, do you recall telling Dylan that you wanted to kill someone?
That I?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir.
Are you objecting?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the relevance, I'm assuming, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any relevance to that?
Well, it's going to be a speaking description of what the relevance is.
And if I could say something?
Stop. No, you can't. I'm sorry. It's not a normal conversation. It'd probably be better if you could make this decision, but you can't. That's all right. Tell me why you think it's relevant.
Because it was in a text message on November the 17th. In the discussion between the two of them, it bears out the point that 13-year-olds are occasionally more dramatic than the rest of us. It fills in other testimony by this witness and gives the jury a view of how 13-year-olds talk to each other, and that the running out to the car and that kind of thing is consistent with, for lack of a more gentle way to say it, how kids are kind of dramatic on occasion. And there was a discussion about killing people at around that time.
The objection sustained. The jury, every one of them was 13 at one point. I think they know what a 13-year-old's like. Number two, you have got to speak up. I mean, I'm having trouble hearing you, and I want to make sure the jury hears you. So project, please.
That's it. Thanks. No further questions.
Baird?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about being scared when
Yes.
Dylan was going.
Yes.
And that's, you were worried something bad was going to happen.
Yes.
Before I ask my next question, I'd like to approach the bench.
Yes,
if I may,
I think you should.
guys. The defense is grasping at straws if you haven't noticed. OMG. And she did not like it. How dare you put this little girl through that? Oh, awful. I'm running to the kitchen, grab a piece of pizza.
Go ahead. You had the impression Dylan did not want to go visit his father.
Correct.
You mentioned, I believe on Cross, that you attended a vigil or a memorial of some kind.
Correct.
You attend more than one over the years?
For him?
Dylan, yes.
Just the one that they had.
Where was that?
Bayfield.
How did you get to Bayfield for the vigil?
I rode with Adam's parents and him.
Counsel asked you about a conversation you had with Investigator Heidel in 2017. Are you aware that's the same year charges were filed against the defendant in this case?
It was a blurred year. Don't remember too much. Of course, speaking a couple of times maybe about the case, yes, but not really the sentence or anything like that. It was very blurred.
I know it's been a long time. I think everyone understands that. Do you have a clear memory of the last time you saw Dylan?
Yeah.
Where was he going when you last saw him?
To, here.
Who was he leaving with?
His mom.
Your Honor, I have nothing further. Thank you very much, Ms. Barry.
Any questions from the jury? So based on our conversation, you don't want to release her at this time? Or do you?
You know what, Your Honor, if we could have Ms. Baird on the subpoena for the rest of the day, I'd appreciate it.
All right. After today, are you going to want to have, are you okay with having her released? Okay, thank you. So it means you can't be in here, you can't talk to anybody about what's going on in here until after today. After that, she'll be done. You may not be coming.
Pause. Again, why? Unless the defense is trying to say that, you know, he did run away, he did go back to it, but I mean, they found his body. They're, like I said, they're grasping at straws. They're trying to find any and every little thing that they can. And, you know, why put these people through this? These young kids lost their loved one, their closest friend. And you know damn good and well you don't need to talk to her again. Ugh, sorry.
Back to me, I don't know. Listen. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can step down. This would probably be a good time to take our lunch recess, I would assume, since there's some research that some of us need to do over the lunch hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me find my admonitions for you. At some point, I'll quit reading them to you.
because you'll know them by heart, but I'm going to go through them again. So, please do not discuss this case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. Do not initiate, post, respond to anything about this case on social media. In fairness to the parties of this lawsuit, you should keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your final deliberations. Do not permit any third person to discuss this case in your presence. If anyone attempts to do so, report that fact to me immediately. Do not talk with any witnesses or the defendant or the lawyers in the case. In fact, as I told you before, the lawyers probably won't even talk to you. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not engage in any outside reading on this case. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in the case. Do not read about the case in the newspaper, obtain information about it on radio, television, internet, social media, or other media source. Do not learn about this case outside of the courtroom, as you need to base your verdict solely on the evidence presented at trial. So talk to Cindy before you leave about where to meet up. We will start up again at 1:20. So please get there, I think 10 minutes early, but whatever she tells you, and it'll be that middle door. So everybody rise for the jury, please.
All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up for today. Let you go on about your day. Have the rest of your afternoon, your evening, your morning from wherever you're watching from. Debs, I'm with you. I don't know what they're grasping at. I don't know what they're trying to do. Anything, I feel like. Anything. Anytime that you can go into, you know, especially the person who reports the child missing, anytime you can go there and spray luminol or blue star and have a reactive to some agent there for the presumption of blood, I feel like it's kind of, it's a wrap. And even though when the DNA was tested on some of the blood spots, it came back inconclusive for, could either be Corey or Dylan, or Mark or Corey or Dylan. They all have the same DNA to a point. And so it's a smoking gun, in my opinion. But these poor kids, they've been through it. You can see it in them. You can see how much it affected these kids. And I am curious to know if they still, you know, have communication with each other. I'm sure every year when it comes to, you know, November and Thanksgiving time, I'm sure they remember Dylan with all their heart. And my heart goes out to them. So Ryan and Adam and Kristen and Amanda, my heart goes out to you guys for real, because I can tell that you really, you cared about Dylan a lot, and way more than his dad did, clearly. But I appreciate you guys for being here. This is Facing Reality. Again, it's me, January. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't mind giving this stream a like, share it out with somebody that might need to know about Dylan. And if you haven't already, subscribe so you'll know when we go live again. Next up, tomorrow when we go, we are going to have, who's up? We're going to have Joe, who was in those pictures. We'll have Dawn Bruckus and maybe even Teresa Burton. So anyway, I love you guys. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Justice for Dylan. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye.